but I'll be waiting to make you lose from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall. You know you keep you off the ground. That's when I get that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing. Just like another season. Don't want another day without you.
All right, it is finally time. NECC Nationals for Overwatch is underway here on the B stream. We've got the emergence group stages going on first, and we're headed to Group B with Marywood taking on King's College. I'm Alt Charge, joined this time by Soev, and this one should be pretty exciting. We don't get to see these divisional rivals, or sorry, these rivals match up when they're not in the same division. So this is the first look these two teams have had this entire year long. So fresh faces meeting each other for the first time on these maps should be very good. So, how you feeling about the game tonight?
This looks like a great game, Alt. I'm looking forward to it. King's College, fresh off of that spring break, second place. Like they're already feeling good. They had great vibes going into this. But Marywood, they had a pretty good season. They went 7-1. Kings only went 5-3. But somehow Marywood just kind of dropped the ball a little bit in that season. This is just a little bit of a brief history for those just joining in for this. But so this is going to be an interesting matchup because if Marywood stumbled into that initial split, I'm so curious to see how hungry they are for revenge going into this because that might be the one thing that's driving them here, and I hope it is because I want to see this. I want to see this great matchup.
Yeah, certainly. Finishing the season strong, 7-1. They definitely want to get the ball picked back up as they're in the biggest part of playoffs. Like
Oh yeah,
hundreds of hours of their school year has gone into practicing, VOD reviewing, and getting ready for this tournament that is finally underway tonight, the NECC Nationals. But first, we got a best of 5 on our hands. But before we get to the maps, let's go ahead and take a look at the rosters for both of these two teams. And starting off here, it looks like we are going to have the Marywood Pacers and they're going to have Jay County, Spoopy Gamer, Twee Micro B, Tomato Tony, Corhex, and Can Steam. One senior on the team, and that is going to be Tony. Gotta give congratulations to all the seniors.
yeah.
I don't actually know when graduations were for these schools, but they either just graduated or they are just about to. So it's a big time in their lives. And then who do we have on the side of King's College?
Meanwhile, we got Aircraft, we've got Link, Faintest, Mojo Jojo, Virgio, and PMC bringing it up. A bit of a mixed roster, so a couple fresh faces, couple seniors. But more interestingly, at least for me, not a lot of computer tech, which we see a lot of usually there's a lot of computer tech stuff. So a lot of a broad variety of backgrounds into this. And I think that could be a key thing to think about. You never think about that, but if you spend all your time behind a computer, maybe you're a little burnt. So we'll see what these different students bring to the game.
Yeah, especially around finals time. You don't
Oh
want to
yeah.
get burnt out staring at a screen when you're coming into esports nationals. Like I was saying, so it's a best of 5 setup tonight, and it is going to be a pick ban system. First up on the docket for the maps, we're going to be headed over to Busan for control. And then as follows, the map pool will go hybrid, escort, hybrid again, and back to control. If we need a tiebreaker, we'll go to escort one more time. But as always, no 2CP. Let's just
Yeah.
get in the mindset for Overwatch 2 because I think we're all ready for it, right? So, Ev?
Yeah, just say, I don't know about you, Ben, or anybody who's watching, but if you made it in, you don't want to go back. Most people don't want to go back. You're already probably looking and going, wait, where's Push? Why am I not seeing Push into this if you've been watching Overwatch League 2? But yeah, no, unfortunately, we don't get that yet. We're still 6v6. Come on back to reality. But there's still a lot of things to go, and Busan's a great map choice. A lot of different angles you can take, a lot of different comps you can run here, especially in this emergence division. You're probably going to see Rush be a dominant thing, but I look forward to that because that'll be that's always such an important thing. That's like a good fundamental comp to have in your pocket, whether you need it or not. And, whatever they choose to bring out here will definitely have to vary based on where we are in the round. So, until we get in and see it, who knows what it's going to be.
Yeah, without a doubt. It is kind of a toss up here at this division, especially what the strengths are going to pop out as for each program individually. But it looks like we are just about ready to go as this spicy Busan B roll plays. I just wanted to touch on a couple of things during the regular season. It seemed like the Marywood Pacers, a lot of their success was found because they've got depth in the tank roll that actually enables them to play a lot more compositions than a lot of other emergence teams. Most teams just kind of pick their strength and they go all in on that composition.
Yep.
King's College, they're a team that has some very good DPS players, especially Faintest, who when I casted them the last
Yes.
time around was the player of the match. So I know that team can bring it and hit the skill shots, but Marywood is going to be there to thwart away all the damage, kind of minimize the heat that they're going to take.
Yeah, it's a really interesting set of ideals here because you have on the side of Marywood, you have this kind of smaller roster that really is probably going to be more synergistic in a lot of ways. They may not be as perfect in particular comps or as flexible, but they definitely have a synergy to go with each other. But meanwhile, King's College, you need to go and dig into a particular comp. You kind of know exactly what you want to do, and I didn't think I would see this, but the Rhine Hog is an interesting take out of King's College. So I'm very curious to see what this very, very like aggressive and self-sustaining brawl comp's going to do here.
Yeah, a Roadhog with a May. They've got some pickoff potential here, so there's going to be King's College on the right as we stick around our scoreboard here. Jay County actually leads off this lobby with the opening kill there. Corhex quickly follows it up, winning the Reinhardt duel, and just steamrolling into this first engagement is the Marywood Pacers. And this map on Busan here on Mecha Base, once you lose the first engagement, it can be very tough to get through these narrow chokeways.
Oh yeah, once you lose the initial point, and there's some statistic I don't know off the top of my head, but like person who captures first more likely to get it. But I gotta shout it out there because Marywood's gonna swap in. They're gonna bring in the Zenyatta, which is really interesting. They know they need to play against this Hog. They know they need to burn down faster, and I think they can do it. It's a very much more hybrid, easy pincer comp from them. I like that.
It is a very good one to just slam them and get on both sides of the engagement. Here we are in the second one. Faintus already has that Riptire charged up very far ahead in the alt race here, and he will let it rip. A very short road trip there as he is taken down by the hammer swing from Corhex, but Corhex had to trade for that one. King's College now with their first momentum of the game as they start to steamroll onto the point, but they don't want to get ahead of themselves here as PMC kind of plays his time and distance away from the Marywood threats, but it looks like the flip will come through.
It will, and at the cost of just that tire, they'll give up the Junkrat also to match that Reaper, and I like that a little better. They're just going to have the sustain of this Coalescence to keep them going because there's 3 on the other side for the Pacers, so this Coalescence is going to have to get value, but you know what? It's got a lot of value, that hook, if you can hit those. Never mind, there's bigger value out of Can Steam.
And the Pulse Bomb stuck right there. The ultimate's landing right now for Marywood as they come right back in. They hardly give up even 20% before snatching this objective back from Kings.
And I mean, they won it with such, talk about value, they got most of that just on booping 2 off. Like, that's just incredible value. You threw an ult in just in case to make sure, and it's Coalescence. You don't really need it. You'll build it back. You'll gain 2 more for it. So Marywood's just looking in a great position just on ultimates alone, short of the Shatter coming up huge. Oh my.
All stuck in the door. This is what I was talking about. Could be so difficult sometimes to get through, but the headshot with the Icicle onto Micro B, but into the back line.
Oh, no.
A sneaky Jay County. No. Look out, he's gonna go crazy, but unfortunately for him, the PMC barrier right in the way of the Death Blossom. Great tanking there by King's College as they're able to finally step forward. They need this objective back here as Marywood already at about 75%, 3/4 of the way completed with this. And just like that, King's College, with a very good, well-tanked fight, they're able to get it back in their hands.
Even like the additional bonus of Virgio kind of accidentally caught the Reaper out there too with that Blizzard. You committed it trying to break the frontline Reinhardt, but you kind of got the value in the opposite way. So a good bit of fortune for King's College too. And this a little unorthodox comp is coming out very, very well for them. They recognize the flanking path here, so they're going to be able to head it off eventually.
Exactly. They know Micro B and Jay County are going to be getting up to some crafty stuff in the back line, but Link on the Roadhog has a very threatening hook just for that, but a big slam gets laid down. Corhex barrels into the catwalk here with the help of the DPS in the wings, and that is a swift fight for Marywood. They've already flipped the point back in their favor, and this could be last fight. Kings has to hustle to get back in time.
I think there will be one to make it, but it's going to be a really tough ask, and Twee's going to cut that off. That stick, not enough, but I don't think they can make it. Oh, they're just going to make it with that monkey touch.
Barely getting there in time, but PMC just basically had to suicide just to get that touch on the point, and Marywood has all the advantages here and starting to come up online with another self-destruct shortly, and that's going to be the only ultimate even close in this lobby. They're not going to need it, though, as the overtime torch ticks down. They will be taking round number 1 on Busan.
Some of those late changes, you can kind of see them there to the Cassidy, to the Sigma. Kind of strange. You might have wanted those maybe sooner if you're going to try to split and separate that, but those aren't normally choices I would go to when you're looking at like an OT situation. So I'm sure there was something there that I don't quite understand. But as we move over to Shrine, I think we're going to see more of this dive that Marywood seems to be showing. And I do like that here. There's so many different angles. There's so much high ground to control. But King's College, they want to commit even deeper into this brawl, the full Ryan Zarya, which I like a little better. Finally, we're seeing the Lucio too, which I think was so important to those brawl comps, right? Like you think about these brawl comps, how they need to close the gap. And I say that, but never mind. Neither team really has the ability to close the gap. You know, a Lucio might go a long way. And if you're King's College, I think you might want to consider that as an option because this is like a very interesting split comp. You have a brawl, but you also have like hack. It's trying to do a lot of things to disrupt, but how many of them are going to be successful is the big question here.
Yeah, it is a big question indeed. I think Virgio really has to pop off and get a lot out of this Mercy pocket. A little bit of help from aircraft might be what they're looking for there, but I think both of these compositions definitely lacking in that mobility. A speed boost could go a long way for them. Link gets bursted down the Discord over their shoulder, and just like that, melted. So the power of Zenyatta already being felt here, but the res comes right back through, and PMC is back in the mix. There's still some tanking presence going on for Kings, but they're having a tough time getting through that opening doorway.
It's really interesting with this double flex support because there is a lot of sustain and there's a lot of extra utility in it. But like you said, Virgio's popping there, but Twin B fires back.
Virgio's popping and doesn't even have the Mercy pocket right now. Imagine what he could do if he was fully enabled, but the headshots are hitting.
Ooh.
The Peacekeeper is on point. Virgio gets this one back for King's College.
I wonder what happened. We didn't see this sooner. I mean, this is going to be a great setup here. You have a couple ultimates with this EMP. The EMP High Noon could be big if they pair that well together. There's nothing really on the other side. Trance isn't available. If they're counting that well, this should be a free win for King's College.
Should certainly be a free win. The EMP definitely the biggest ultimate we have in the lobby right now. A good hack to de-suit Can Steam, and already the Tracer taken down for Marywood Pacers as well. This should be an easy work for King's College as the EMP gets
Great
sent in,
play.
and this one is dusted. Good play, Kings.
That was a great call out too, because the second they realized the Coalescence was committed, they threw the EMP into to match that. They realized that more was being committed to try to turn it back, and just, Famous was just like, no, we're shutting this down right now. I refuse to let this happen. That first round was a bit of a mistake, but they let that happen, and this kind of an odd comp is there, but all they have is this Valkyrie to kind of sustain on. Granted, it's the only thing in the lobby right now, but is it going to be enough, especially with Can Steam going to Hog? That's a lot more sustain and a lot easier to pick that Sombra off, so we'll see if that Hog was a good choice.
Yeah, definitely a couple of threatening stuns now on the side of the Marywood Pacers as they work their way into this drummed up room. They're going to be met with an Earth Shatter here, and like you said, the Valkyrie. So Kings is fully prepared for this next upcoming attack. They're going to have some of their biggest ultimates coming online. Faintest already sitting halfway to that next EMP. Doing a great job, might I add. Every single time going in, hacking a tank, and getting so much alt charge there. Comes into this one as the Graviton Surge locks up the Marywood Pacers. They're only able to get one kill, but with the shield removed, the slam lands, but they can't capitalize.
Oh man, just moment after moment is being taken away from Marywood. Oh man, that hook was great. They were able to get that. King's College was able to take that back, and Marywood's pulling it right back. They won that with so much. I mean, the trance was a little late. You might have wanted that a little bit sooner, but I think all things considered, that's the best outcome you can get. This Death Blossom and Coalescence, not really much you can do together, but they are both threatening ults in themselves, and thankfully King's College has that Valkyrie, so if this EMP comes up big, like in previous, they can make this work, and they have to make it work if they want to close this out here. The clock is ticking, and Marywood is just going to keep this rolling if they can.
Clock is certainly ticking as the EMP comes in, as does the charge, and J County goes into a wall and gets back to spawn. It is going to be PMC popping off before trading out his own life, and Virgio steps up to the table to find the 2K. King's College fully supported now with that Valkyrie, like you were saying, Soav, and this one should be quickly flipped back their way, but they're only going to have a Coalescence to hold on to it now, and I'm not sure that's going to be enough because Mary would look at all those ultimates.
Ooh. No, but there's no time to even commit them. There's no time to even use them all. They were killed just before that time, and if there was time for that one more fight, yeah, maybe, but we'll never know. And unfortunately, a wise player once told me, ults don't do you any good if you've lost the round, so they don't carry them over here. But over in downtown, maybe there's going to be a little bit more. They need to pressure Marywood. They need to pressure a little bit more onto Virgio. They're worried about Faintest. Faintest has been playing incredibly well, has been getting hacks into these tanks, but the problem is that the second you dump your resources into controlling Faintest, Virgio just decides that they're going to carry the game instead. So you need a little bit more resource control into your back line. Pull out that Brig again. That Brig looks good. Like, you're getting value from the Zen and the Moira, but you'd almost rather have a Brig or a Lucio to kind of contest this a little better. Just something to put some more pressure onto these DPS who are just punishing Marywood right now.
Yeah, and that is one of the strengths we talked about for Kings in the pregame too, was just their DPS are probably their most talented players, as that Fire Strike scorches aircraft across the Busan downtown. And right now, Marywood should have a pretty easy time taking the objective first, but they've got to look to hold it here. They've got to be careful of Faintest getting off a good hack, and of course, you always have to watch out for Virgio clicking heads on the outside.
Yeah, I like this. I like this change, that bringing in the Junkrat to contest a little more. You want to talk about bursting down something in your backline? That's a great way to do it. But the Hack will come in, and they are ready to take this fight.
I love it. The quick re-engage from King's College. They're starting to play their style of Overwatch, but that tempo might have gotten them into some trouble there as PMC and Link both go down. You've got to get this done without tanks, and it's not always easy. You have to rely on Virgio here on the high ground to start really doing a number onto Marywood. Pops the Deadeye here. I'm not sure it's the right move. Might demech the Diva, though, and this is starting to look a little bit better. The stun, the fan of the hammer, and it all lands. If he can win this duel onto Jay County, Kings is really mounting something here.
That was a bold and aggressive play, and now's the chance to strike. They will strike just like that. The Sombra's almost ready.
Almost just 10% to go to that EMP. Has it now in the back pocket and sends it right onto the point, but quickly countered. Marywood come up with a Riptire and 2 kills to boot. Still some high ground control for King's College, but such a quick win from Marywood. Just pulls the rug right out from under them.
TPN throwing in Coalescence 2 is a little odd. I don't know about that one. They're going to make some changes in here. They're going to move to a full double shield. Yeah, it's a lot of pressure, but I think this full reset needed to come sooner. You're at 60%. You've kind of been eyeing and toying with these fights on and off, and it's a little too late now. You've lost so much time. You've reset most of your ult charges. Like, this is a rough ask for King's College, and Marywood just has to play a smart defense here.
They really do. Kings, I like how Link is over to the Orisa. It might be too little too late. They need the flip in this next fight. PMC has to land this Earth Shatter, or this one could be a wrap. Virgio pops the Deadeye here from the high ground on the backside. Not many targets in sight. Instead, Can Steam hops up, connects with the Rockets, and takes down the carry in Virgio. Kings looking like they're in trouble here. Marywood climbing at 88% and going on. Kings need to come up with a touch here in the next 10 seconds, or Busan is over.
This was what I was afraid of. Well, this is it, and Korhek still has this slam, so if this may just be the end of it right here with that ultimate coming down. And never mind, they don't even need it.
They don't even need it. Marywood make easy work of Busan downtown, and they win Busan 2-1.
Great adaptations from them. They recognize the problems. They recognize the DPS in their backline. They made adaptions, and they planned around it. The calls came together, and you could see it there. You know, a little bit of maybe a rough start. Great play though from Can Steve. Great opening play. We were talking about how like they had ultimates in the bag there. Who needs ultimates when you can just kind of capitalize on smart, intelligent play like that? That's a great way to utilize your team, your heroes, whatever you need to do without committing those valuable resources into it. And with that kind of intelligent play, that tells me that Marywood is seasoned. They've watched, they know what they need to do, they know what they need to commit, and they're feeling ready for this. And yeah, they look hungry. They look like they want to take this down, and I am here for it.
Yeah, me too. And I love when it's a battle of a team that just has strong DPS against a team that has tanks who know how to minimize what kind of value they're bringing to a game. Can Steam, especially in the last round on Diva, I feel like was tasked with so much. Shutting down Virgio on the high ground, peeling for their own backline, was all over the map there, but getting the job done well. So they were able to get that 100-0 victory. A little bit of a statement made as we closed out Busan.
Yeah, and let's also note their hog play wasn't incredibly spectacular, but the ideas and the fundamentals of let me protect my backline in a different way. I don't want to commit to the Diva here. I feel like this is the more important pick. That's a choice, and they realized it may not have gone exactly what they wanted, but that flexibility is really important, and that ability to adapt was key in their winning. So those kinds of adaptions, those kinds of decisions are going to be important to closing out this best of 5 here. We are going to escort next, so probably not going to see the hog as nearly as much from either side, but there's still a lot of adaptions that can be made based on where we go. And, I can sit here and talk about that, but we have no idea where we're going next. So we'll have to wait until then.
No, we don't. I'm actually not. Is it hybrid next? I really don't know.
Is it hybrid? I don't actually know.
I think it's hybrid.
I thought it was hybrid.
Which makes
What'd you say? You said hybrid. Yeah, it's hybrid. We're going to hybrid. I'm sorry.
All right,
it's all look, it's all payloads. We're all pushing something at some point.
There's always a payload.
Look, Overwatch is all about pushing and pulling, and most of the time you're just pulling your team towards victory, dragging, kicking, and screaming. At least that's me in my ranked games, and I don't know. But either way, we're going to a hybrid. Yeah, and there's still a lot you can do of the map choices, of the heroes, and it is going to be King's College choice, I believe, with that loss. So where do they want to go with this? You might want to avoid places where you can run this Reinhardt. They may feel comfortable on it, but maybe you kind of think about, you showed a double shield there for a brief moment. Maybe you want to play something with a little more like solidified, solid ground, maybe like a Numbani or something where you can just kind of defend on a high ground, defend in certain points. That may be a great angle to go. But it really depends what you are the most comfortable in, because they changed a lot of heroes. They changed a lot of different things into that last round.
Yeah, they really did. They made some good adaptations. It really worked on map 2, but
Yeah.
Marywood proving that they are just a fantastic team. They answered well. They went to the book in the intermission between 2 and 3 on Busan, and
Oh
they
yeah.
came away with a very swift win on Downtown. I think if you're King's College, you just have to listen to your DPS right now. They're clearly the strength of your team. They're showing up to
Yeah.
play. Vergio is doing great work. Faintest as well on the Sombra looked
Yeah.
incredible, especially there on Sanctuary. So wherever they want to go, I would just trust them and just put resources into them, because Marywood is not going to make it easy for Kings to enable their DPS. So hopefully they get their help with a map pick.
You said it better than I could have. I think that if you can continue, we only saw Vergio on that Cassidy, but it makes me wonder what they would look like in the longer day. And it looks like we will be going to Eichenwald. So this is, yeah, I was just about to say, like, I wonder what happens when you put them on an Ashe or a Widow. This is probably the correct choice. The Cassidy is that shorter range. You can get more value out of that. No need to question it. Why do that when your Cassidy player is just popping? You already have a great counter to a lot of the Pharahs you might see here. The counterpoint is that if you have some set plays with like a Symmetra or any sort of maybe odd team comp that might not work in your favor, that could be a tough play. But like you said, the DPS have just been incredible. And I think you need to listen to them going into that to give them that support and to keep them, because that's going to be your key to keeping yourself alive in this series.
It certainly is. And I mean, first point of Eichenwald, I kind of think that it's a very flat objective. Your tanks are actually tasked with a lot of the heavy lifting there. But once we get into point 2, like you can see here, high grounds are so prevalent. That's where Vergio is really going to
Yes.
step up. Might be on the Cassidy, could be on a different sniper, add some range to his arsenal. But he is going to be a threat on point 2 especially. So I'm not looking for Kings on their defense to get a full hold. I don't think that's realistic for any team to expect to do in
No.
playoffs. So I like how they're thinking ahead later in the map to really set up the strengths of their team here.
I think even in that point A, that initial capture point phase, that does work to them as well. If you can play at double shield, you showed an Orisa and a Rhine. If you want to play that again, that is a great spot to do so. If you can just give your Cassidy angles to get shots, you can do so much. If they bring out a Pharah, just protect your Cassidy, let them rein that in, and prevent that from happening. Like I said, the only way you're going to get kind of overwhelmed if you don't bunker down hard enough is if they bring out a Lucio. And no team's really shown a Lucio here, which is a little concerning to me, because that tells me that these kinds of decisions are taking a little bit longer to go. So if you've got a Lucio, now is the time to bring it out. You want to be able to overwhelm. Heck, I would want to get Vergio into a world where I can just fan the hammer consistently into the faces of my opponents. That seems like a great way to win a map for me.
Yeah, just step up into the front line and be very
Yeah.
aggressive with your DPS with the help of a Lucio, getting you in and out of those engagements. We're going to harp on it a lot if we don't see
Yeah.
one. That we would
Yeah.
both love to see a Lucio anytime there's a Reinhardt or a Cole Cassidy, but I do like how they ended up going with a Mercy. I would like to see Aircraft pocket Vergio a lot
bit
more.
more.
I wasn't
Yeah.
seeing enough like indicators that those elims were assisted by a damage boost. So I think if they're just pocketing Vergio more and trusting their support duo in sorry, who's that?
It was Aircraft and Vergio. Yeah. And Faintest.
Yeah, if they could just trust their support duo to do a lot of the heavy lifting on healing up the tanks and just, enable Vergio, enable Faintest as much as possible with the flex support, that is probably what King's College needs to look forward to doing. Marywood just added a ton of damage. They're going to have a nano boost, a supercharger, a Discord orb. They're going to have all the damage under the sun this round, Soev.
Yeah, they are really, really ready, and they're keeping Twee over on that Tracer. Like, just pulling that attention for even a moment is going to be so much. And I might like the Brig a little bit more just in case, but I don't disagree with the Discord orb. What I do have concern for is that there's not really an answer to Faintest here, who will look and see that Hanzo and the Tracer and just kind of say, all right, maybe I keep this. Like, there's no real contest for this. So we'll see if this is a problem and just kind of is their undoing here.
Yeah, we did have Long Tree Man come into the game for Tomato Tony. Going to be playing the Ana here. That's your only hit scan option. Unless Ana is lacing shots up in the skybox to try and take down Faintest, Jay County is going to have to hit some remarkable skill shots on the Bowman right here. Right there does it, though, on to Virgio, and that is going to halt the King's College offense for now. Link goes down as well, and I'm already liking Long Tree Man on the Ana, making sure they have an anti-nade for Link if they're going to be playing that Roadhog. King's College, they need to work on this composition quick.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I was say, yeah, the hog, getting rid of that hog seems like a great idea there. I like this Sigma better. That's a lot more sustain, a lot more fight against this double shield. And yeah, it was a very interesting shot, but I mean, Fantas will die, but they at least got some value with them, and that's going to crack this open ult.
It definitely is pretty heavy value trades there, taking down both DPS on the side of Marywood. They've got 2 shields and 2 supports that can really help them hold their ground, but I like how they're retreating right now toward the back of the objective as Kings start to step in. PMC wants to get something going here, has the Discord over his shoulder, has to be careful not to take too much burst damage, but Kings College just setting up these off angles and chipping away at this fight. But there is a thorn in their side, and that is going to be Micro B just on this flank right now, and now has the pulse bomb, could go huge with the
Kings
College. I don't know, it's just trades back and forth. Kings seem like they did enough, but I'm not sure anymore.
No, that's going to be the supercharger down. That put out so much, but I mean, like you said, this is rough. There's still a fight to be had here, and I think Virgio will be the last one to stand and will eventually get out. And you force a bunch of ults out. I think now is the time to get out. They really want to keep this pressure, though. There's that pocket we were talking about. If they keep this up, though, they can keep the pressure on. They do have the fast response here.
They do have the faster spawns. PMC is still in this too, so they've got some tanking pressure coming around on this corner here. Almost has the Shatter as well, but the Gravitic Flux takes down Aircraft, and PMC falls to Corhex on the Orisa. Faintus tries to buy King's College back into this fight with the Rocket Barrage, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough damage here to find more than 1 elimination, and still it is Marywood holding strong. They've given up just 1 tick here on the first objective, and Kings is starting to scramble to find more.
I think this needed to be a reset a little while ago, and that will be the last one that will force it. Yeah, I think if you're King's College, you needed a full reset a while ago, and you're kind of scrambling again. PMC going to go over to the Winston. Faintus is making changes too. Like, this is the second or third time you're making these changes. You've got a minute left. These are rough changes to make, and you've given up a lot of time and energy. You threw up so many ults into that to try to keep this up, and there's a nano on the other side. If you've been keeping track, you'd know that's there. I think King's College is just struggling at this point.
I think you're absolutely right as PMC just dives in, and that was almost a hopeless effort in the dive. Goes straight into the back line, praying that Aircraft will be there for the res, and she, of course, is. Now popping the Valkyrie to get King's College in further, but a supercharger could put them to bed quickly. PMC and Link get absolutely melted by the damage-boosted Marywood Pacers, and now King's College trying to get back into this one. Faintest finds one with a Genji, and it is going to be TPN, another one with the Moira. They're carving it up here, and this is a desperation fight. They look to win.
They got it, though. It turned them back, and I mean, these fights have been scrappy. Like, there's so much to analyze because every single fight has gone on arguably a bit too long. You probably wanted to reset a little bit, but Feint is coming over to this Genji, mind you, has been on it less than a minute, already 80% of a blade, has put in so much work on that. If this was an option, you might have wanted to consider this so long ago. Where was this dive? You know, last map, this would have been a great comp so long ago to bring out, considering the value you've been getting if you're King's College.
Yeah, and Virgio on the Soldier 76 really couples well with this dive composition. Not able to get there and mix it up, but can definitely just keep carding around the map and getting those angles, getting that lead in on Soldier to make it work. Faintus now has the Dragon Blade, and he's looking to carve it up onto the high ground, slices up Spoopy, finds another one onto the Hanzo and J County, and he's not done there. Going in, trying to find this elimination here onto Long Tree Man, but the Ana evasive for now. King's College, though, they step up to the high ground. They're taking the fight to the Pacers, and they are coming up successful.
And the cart's still moving the whole way through. Link not gonna go ahead and commit that to self-destruct there. Smart idea. I think you want that later. You're okay if that dies. And the value that King's College got after finally settling, I think this is it. I wonder what the comms were that got us this, but these fights, they're just gonna keep going. We're committing ult here. What is going on? We're still committing ults into this fight.
They know they have ults to burn here. They're looking to stay invested, and Spoopy actually gets a kill. They're coming back with a nano-boosted Winston. Corhex could find some eliminations here, but having a little bit of trouble closing ground beyond the tanks. It is going to be Spoopy, though, popping off. Spoopy has 3 kills in this fight, and the Primal Rage comes out. PMC starting to go wild. He looks like a man in a bounce house.
No.
Oh, Corhex! See you later. Into the pit he goes. PMC primals him down, but PMC playing at 1 HP. He gets another one onto Micro B. PMC keeping Kings in the fight.
What an insane run of events, ult. I don't even know how to process all this because this fight, these have just been so scrappy, and the sleep already, they're still not done here. Marywood is refusing to give this up.
They really are, and this is just Emergence Division Dive. Scrappy is the name of the game here. Just don't give an inch because you never know what could happen. Corhex is already back in the mix here, goes down, but not before trading out with Aircraft. King's College, though, even though it wasn't easy, they come away with point 2.
Oh, the swaps will come in to counter this, and yeah, King's College has looked very, very good with this dive comp. I like these adaptions. I wish they'd come a little bit sooner into the map, but who cares? They've already gotten another 2 minutes, and they're going to clean up these late staggers. I mean, they're just going to keep this going, Alt.
They should. They're going to run into some trouble here. Eichenwald changes so much when you go into third point. Dive is a lot less successful, but right now, with both teams being on the Winston, I'm not too sure if it's going to matter very much. Of course, Micro B on the Reaper is going to make PMC's life pretty difficult here, but both teams have a minute and 30 seconds to make any adjustments they need.
They will, but that early pick tells us all the adjustments they need are working.
It certainly does, and the Blossom finds a free kill there. King's College gets packing early. They're going to have 80 seconds left here to make the changes necessary. PMC has the Primal Rage, probably going to stick on the Winston just because of that ultimate being in the back pocket, but I would love to see him go over to a Reinhardt, a Sigma composition, just something that has a little more staying power in a narrow corridor like this.
I agree, but yeah, with that ultimate there, it's probably going to be the case here. You can make this work, and you can play a little bit more like less dive, kind of a short dive where you're just kind of hopping out of the front line to kind of disrupt the tanks and pressure that way. But Microbeat going over to the Symmetra here tells me they are just not having, they recognize the weakness in this Winston comp and they want to exploit it.
They would love to exploit it, and I love how Mary would even set up a little bit of a defensive strategy here with the Symmetra as well, putting those turrets up there, just making it even more difficult for Kings to get in, and I love how they're just pushing beyond the gates here. They are not going to defend and be held back. They are going to pounce on you and just camp you out in your own spawn. Corhex is going crazy.
Man, the Pacers have just been setting the pace. They've been struggling to get it, but now that they finally got control of it, the pace is in their hands. But this is going to be a blade. This is going to be huge.
It hopefully is, and it is a butter blade. No nano needed to take down the long tree man, but has to find more here to get the value they need. They've got to get this payload back in drive. They've got a pair of kills now, but they're quickly traded out. J County comes up with the headshot there onto TPN, and a fight that goes back and forth like crazy as the overtime wick continues to burn. Faintus tries his darndest to keep Kings on the payload, but I think it's over here. Marywood just seemed to have it in the bag.
Yeah, that will be the hold there, and I mean, a great effort across the board from both these teams. They neither team willing to give up a single inch as best they can. I do wish there was a little bit more discipline in just some regards. I wish we had seen full resets as opposed to kind of, not falling back all the way back and continuing to try to poke. I know we feel like we can, a lot of these times when you're in the fights, you feel like you can win it. Virgio sat there for a good 30 seconds with that soldier on the capture point segment and just continued to poke with Aircraft as a pocket thinking, and you could see it. I could see it in their head. I know this mentality. No, the fight's not lost yet. If I get a pick, if I just keep the pressure up, my tanks will be back soon. And sometimes that can be a mentality that dooms you. A little bit from both of these teams, just a little bit more of a full reset and a little bit more consistency of what you're trying to run. It took us a while to get to these comps that found success, and I wonder what happened that we're struggling. Because like King's College, again, we're settling. Faintus is over on this Genji. Virgio over. We're probably going to start. We're going to keep this Pharah, which I do like. I think this could work. It's a little bit tough, but you do have Aircraft on support, so you've got some things going for you there. But like these comps have just been kind of everywhere. We're making these changes. We're giving up very important ultimate charge in a match that like kind of could go either way. They're all it takes is one ultimate to pop off in this division, and suddenly the match is swung. So I do like, on the other side, Marywood, I do like this dive comp. I think this is good. I'm still a little iffy on this double flex support. I really want to see a Brig. I want to see something. Spoopy, I can't really contest though, because Spoopy has been absolutely phenomenal on this Zenyatta.
Yeah, Spoopy has definitely been carrying their weight on the Zen. That hero pick is certainly working, but it is not a lot of resources to keep your tanks alive. If you don't have a Harmony Orb, and it's usually going to be on a DPS, you're relying on being in the line of sight of Longtree Man, and they've got to hit a skill shot. That was a nice rocket there on a Micro Bee from Vergio. And again, that's just going to take off some clock here. There's no Resurrect for the Pacers, but they're able to trade out a kill onto Faintest, and we know how valuable he's been in this game.
Oh yeah, but the rockets continue to rain. Like, there's no answer to this Pharah.
No, there's really not. And Eichenwald, this building to the right of Vergio is one of the best natural covers in all of Overwatch for a Pharah to just wreak havoc on an attacking team. But wreaking havoc right now is Faintest, going all the way up to the Marywood spawn, just dashing through, getting clean resets on Genji. And I think a large part of why we're seeing these wonky King's College comps is because Faintest was like, I'm gonna go Genji. Their supports, it's a pretty powerful lineup if we let them stay alive, but they are definitely supports a Genji can duel very well.
Oh, easily. Very much so. And that will be the nano committed they want to go. Corhex is going in.
He's going in, he's antied, has to be careful here, closes the distance there onto Vergio, but able to rocket pack away is the Pharah for King's College. One elimination found onto Aircraft, but trades are starting to go crazy. Corhex dives all the way into the backline as the self-destruct gets thrown high in the air. It doesn't matter though, Corhex there with the Primal Rage to displace him, but Faintest has some words for Marywood. The Dragon Blade comes out to take down Spoopy, but he's unable to find more there, and now King's College, they might concede point number 1.
I mean, that'll be a better time for the Pacers, just setting their own pace. And again, like a little bit of interesting. I like these changes that came in. They kind of realized the dive comp wasn't going to cut it. They were losing the air battle. So let's just win the ground war. And sometimes that's what you have to do to stop a Pharah. You have to put your resources elsewhere, maybe, and maybe give them a little bit of a nod. You know, Jay on this Cassidy giving a little bit of a hassle, but all the rest of those resources coming into the tanks, I like that take better.
They're going to try and get up to the high ground here, even though they don't have much to be enabled up there. It is going to be King's College coming away with some early kills, and this is the part of point 2 where we really saw Kings start to run with payload progression. Here, Kings is doing the exact opposite strategy on defense. They're taking this fight early, as close to the attacking spawn as they can. They would love to set up a speed bump right here.
And it looks like they're going to do it. The barrage. Vergio comes in huge for 2!
Oh, and the DPS find another onto J County. I love how they're just trading these out. Of course, the attackers have a little bit of an advantage in the spawns, but King's College should be able to come back and claim the high ground on the castle. I think Marywood has to focus on the payload, and they're going to give up some valuable ground doing it.
I agree. And I think the other part to this, and you can see it, I've commented on this before, but I actually have to double back on myself here. I do like a lot of these changes. We're acknowledging that maybe we can't mechanically win and be whatever is currently beating us, but we can swap, and that's a good game knowledge that is winning for a lot of these. That's winning a lot of these fights. So I kudos them for that.
Wow, both Sombras taken down by the tanks here. PMC tries to hold on the catwalk, but Corhex, with the help of a nano boost and a Discord orb, makes easy work of the main tank for Kings with that Tesla cannon.
No.
And now he's going to go crazy again. Corhex loves this bridge phase of Eichenwald, goes for the pharmacy, but unfortunately for him, doesn't quite have the Air Jordans on to get up high enough.
Nah, not enough jump there, but the self-destruct comes in, no dice, and the cart will continue to move for Pacers. Spoopy going down with this Transcendence, though, could be a problem.
It is going to be a problem. It definitely will. TPN has the nano boost. They are ready to deal massive amounts of damage here. Not sure who the nano boosted target is going to be, but King's College is ready to take on all challengers.
They are ready. They'll get a break. You say that, but there's the nano soldier, it looks like, so they will fall. That's unfortunate, a loss of that. They have 3 other ultimates on their side, but again, like Marywood is kind of, they put their foot down. They are ready to keep this going. A little bit more discipline from the King's College, and I like this. They're looking for this last contest, and I think they'll get it.
Oh, they will get it. The slam finds the backline. The hammer unable to cleave away the backline, but the whole hog is there. The wood chipper is out, and the Marywood supports are dusted. They've got 4 meters to push it, but ultimate still in favor of King's College. They are doing all the damage they possibly can, and it is paying off. They've won this fight.
They will. Just a little bit of cleanup, but I mean, we know these teams. This isn't over yet. There'll be a brief reprise, but with a little under 2 minutes, there's going to be another run. So Faintest has this visor. It's going to be really tough to get value, though, just simply because of all the threats on their side. And the EMP is ready, too. Jay's EMP could just shut this right out if they time this well.
It certainly could. Faintest has to set up very well for this visor to find the mark, and, of course, the EMP from Jay. is just waiting in the wings right now. Such a threat that Marywood has as an option.
They're looking for, there it is.
They are fully invested now. The Winston bubble buys them some space. The self-destruct thrown out. Everyone EMP'd. That's going to find one kill. Corhex gets another with the Primal Rage. Faintest in the backline like he needs to be with the visor. But that bubble thrown down is going to block off all damage he was hoping to do. And Marywood will be collecting point number 2.
Now, the damage was done by the time that visor was pulled. It was way too late, and the ultimates had been committed. And Marywood throwing in, they kind of threw in everything there, but I think you needed to just in the odd chance. You bought the last 2 minutes you needed, and that's fine. You do have a nano for you if you're Marywood. So going into this last segment here, the cart just needs to get around the corner, and that's probably going to be the win condition to do it because the Valkyrie ain't going to pull much, but that early hog, oh goodness.
And I do like the King's College composition right now. We've talked about once you get indoors, those Winston compositions look a little less effective, but Corhex makes me eat my words here with the 2K. Ooh. They're going in. A nano-boosted Winston is nothing to be messed with, and with just meters to go, Mary would look to be on match point.
They're going to bring it home. I don't think there's any, no one's going to make it there. What a round. What a round of Eichenwald. Marywood just keeping this alive. They look phenomenal here. They look like they want to close this out, and I don't blame them. They look really good. PMC, it's the double boop, right? It's the double boop off the bridge. There were so many phenomenal plays, but this has to be it. I don't see it being anything else, right?
Yeah, this was a pretty fun one too. And when you boop another Primal Rage Winston at full HP, at 1,000 HP, you're guaranteed to get play of the game.
Barely getting out too. 15 HP is nothing to scoff at. You almost traded your life for that, but I think you're very happy with that. Marywood definitely earned that, and it's been a carousel of emotions and heroes to get here. And what a great way to kick off the first hour on this B stream, for real.
Yeah, I love it. I like how it's been scrappy. The fights are not ending quickly, and both teams are giving it their all. We'll see. We'll just have to wait and see if King's College make the adjustments necessary to start battling back against Marywood. But before that, a short break. Stick around, chat.
Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. ice snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh, you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarette's trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on.
And we are back to the action here. NECC Overwatch Nationals underway. We are in round 1 of group stages. This is the Emergence Division currently being battled on, and it is Marywood currently sitting at match point above King's College. So, there is a lower bracket here. So, King's College, it's not like they're playing with their season on the line, but they've just had a 5-minute break to make some adjustments. And I want your thoughts. Going up against Marywood, what kind of adjustments are you looking to see here as we enter into our escort map?
I feel like what I want to see is probably not what I'm going to get, but what I want to see is a little bit more consistency and a little bit more clear decision making, if that makes sense. Like, we've been kind of flexing around comps over King's College. We're trying kind of everything and seeing what sticks, and we find moments where things look great. And when they're great, everything works fine. But when they don't work, it's the worst case scenario. So I want to see us stick to a plan that we like. The other thing I want to see, which has been very important here, like you said, and we've been kind of harping on this, like Virgio and Faintest have been absolute stars this entire game for King's College. And I think that you talked about it. We need to put more resources in them. We need to enable them better. We need to do something that gives them that more free reign and keeps the rest of the team off their back. Because otherwise, Marywood, who had a rough spring split but a great fall split, they want to keep going. They are hungry. You can see it. They are ready. They've been hitting the books. They want to know it. And it would be a shame to see King's College, who was second in this last split, go down a loss like this so early to a team that, in theory, could be beatable.
Yeah, Marywood is definitely beatable. King's College showed us some real strengths in that last game on Eichenwald. Honestly, it was their map pick, but yeah. I think Eichenwald changed a little bit too much for them going into point 3 to really enable their strengths. What I noticed, Soev, was when they put dive comp on, they looked like the better team. There just wasn't enough of Eichenwald where dive is viable for King's College to take that map. But they got map pick again here on Escort. Maybe they play into that and they go dive heavy from point A to point C, and they end up with a 2-1 score after this. Hopefully, they stay out of the lower bracket, at least for another map or so.
If there's one place I can think of that would allow them to do that, and I don't know if they'll pick that, we haven't gotten it in yet. If there's one place that I can think of where I can run dive in most of my spots, I'm thinking Dorado. I'm thinking you have so much high ground to contest there. You have so much space, so many different back alleys that the Genji, that the Sombra can get around in. Like, you just have so many different places you can go, so much high ground to control. And like you said, they are winning this dive fight. There are moments like when they lose, we see, like, it's just like the tanks kind of come out on top on one side or the DPS come out on the other side. But if that is the strength you want to play to, I think Dorado is the correct answer. If you want to try to bring it back to maybe these kinds of flat brawl, like a May Cassidy comps, which usually tend to be very strong here, which we haven't seen a lot of. If you want to bring it back to that, 66 isn't terrible. Like, maybe that's not a bad place to go. But I think whatever you need to do, you need to find a way to keep Faintest and Virgio in control of the map and setting the pace at they want to. Because we saw Virgio looking so powerful on that first map, and Faintest across several heroes looked so good. But it's just every time something fell short and something fell apart. And, you have to keep it. Consistency is the name of the game at this tier. The more consistent you can do whatever your plan is, the better chance of success you have.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think, we harped on the strengths of the team that is currently down 0-2. But on the side of Marywood, let's be honest, they're going up against a team that looks very good on dive, Faintest has been a stud on the Genji, but
Yeah.
for Marywood, the player of the game so far in this is the most killable glass cannon out there, and that's
yeah.
been Spoopy Gamer on the Zenyatta, just really stepping up to the table, bringing some heavy punches, and not afraid of the dive from King's College. He has been playing so well.
No, for all these double flex support comps that we've been getting, Spoopy has been an absolute menace on that Zenyatta, and the value from those escorters have shown as well. So again, like we haven't seen traditional main supports show up for the Pacers, and I kind of think that is working in their favor, but also like hindering them a lot. Like they are getting a lot more flexibility, they're getting a lot more like damage out, but again, you're missing just even things like the damage boost, which can get you so far. You're missing speed boost. Even just a little more backline protection versus Faintest and Vergio would go a long way in a Brig. So maybe the main support player's out today. Who can say? But those kinds of like they're getting value, and Spoopy is putting in incredible work on that. But I gotta wonder what it would be if that would be. And we just got confirmed we are going to go to Dorado. They liked they must have heard me and liked my analysis because
They must have.
I think that
It's the right
I can
pick.
see nothing else. I can see nothing else. That is the correct pick. Like
It's definitely the right pick for
Yeah.
Kings. I mean, this is going to enable, I think, their biggest strength. I'm not sure if they really are a team that views dive as a biggest strength. Maybe that's not what it was in the regular season because it took them a while to throw that composition on. But, you know, sometimes it just goes matchup to matchup. And here against Marywood, they have to continue to look to play dive.
and this is they're going to be their shot to do it. It's this or go home. So you might as well send it to the strongest thing you can do to a point where your carries can carry, and you just have to see who's got the backpack this time. Who's going to pick it up, put it on, and who's going to make this a winnable game and start the reverse sweep. Otherwise, you know, this is some great footage to look back at, I think, if nothing else, for both these teams. This is some great footage to look back at and say, what did we do and what did we struggle against going into the rest of this like round robin and the bracket segments? Like, because there's so many things, you saw so many different things here. We've seen a variety of picks across the board that you need to be prepared for just in case.
Yeah, and I think that might be where King's College runs into some trouble because they clearly know what they want to run and it's dive. But what is Marywood going to bring out that could just be a wrench that they might not be ready for, because that is how you win playoff games, is you read your opponent's strengths and you adapt to them. Kings right now is in the position where they just have to play their strengths and hope it works. Marywood, they're up 2-0. They can be a little more creative and adjust from there and just try and keep Kings off balanced.
But what do they? I mean, they don't necessarily need to adjust anything. Like even on this map, Corhex has been an incredible Winston player. Spoopy has just kind of been, and this is kind of something I would like to see more of the DPS out of King's College do. They need to bother Spoopy more. Spoopy continues to get value like this. That is the target. I understand you want to hack and enable your front line a little better, or you know, create those distractions. But if a lot of the value has been coming from Spoopy and Corhex, that needs to be something you pay attention to. Those kinds of flex supports are always the most vulnerable. So enabling yourself to do that is going to be a key to getting here, especially when it's something like this, where you're showing like Reinhardt Diva. If the Diva is busy peeling somewhere else, Spoopy can be a free pick for something like a Genji.
Yeah, and I think that is a lot of the reason why Faintest wanted to go over to the Genji in the first place, is to take those duels against the support players. Has to make sure that that is the task. Fight after fight. They're gonna have Micro-B to worry about on the Widowmaker here. We haven't seen the Widow come out yet, and I'm always worried about it in the Emergence division because I know, you know, these aren't Masters and GM players we're working with here, so skill shot heroes like that are a high risk, high reward, especially in the Emergence. And when Kings is going to be diving at you all the time, Micro-B is gonna have a tough map on this hero, I think.
Yeah, Micro-B is going to be like the primary target here as the dive comes up. Oh, never mind, you say that, but Micro just was going to prove you wrong. They're going to open up and take that out.
I love it right away, clicking the head of TPN, and it will be Marywood here holding the high ground and just diving down onto King's College down below. They put themselves in a kill box. Kings has to reset early here, but that's okay. They change one member of their composition. Link goes over to the Zarya, back over to the Diva, playing around with it a little. I don't know. This is not what I like to see. King's College, I don't want to see him scratch their head at all. You just have to be confident and play your game.
Mm-hmm. This is what kind of got him into this position, right? Is kind of being this indecisiveness. And again, it's a Reinhardt. You can dive this, you can beat this, but not with Faintest going down first.
No, not with Faintest going down first. The Resurrect is there, but again, TPN goes down with a headshot out of the rifle from Micro B, and Micro B has been on fire. This dive has not closed the distance onto the Widowmaker, and they desperately need to.
Yeah, the dropback's a little delayed here too. The shatter comes in though, and it catches. Never mind, the cleanup crew has arrived in Corhex.
Wow, Marywood are looking like world beaters here on Dorado first point. The first half of this attack has almost already been killed off. Micro B, he is ready for Faintest. Sat down, back to spawn you go. Better luck next time.
Always got to keep your awareness up. That's the difference, right? If you aren't looking, you'll just get picked like that. You know the Widow's there. That's just a mistake. I have to call that. That's a mistake, and they won't make that mistake twice. Virgio going over now to that Farah. Still not a good idea. I don't know. Like, Micro B's hitting shots here.
Yeah, as the self-destruct goes in, it's going to be King's College needing to come up with an answer soon, but the engagement heavily taken by Marywood, and they steamroll right into it. The Dragon Blade almost hopeless here as Corhex hammers him away.
It turns out the hammer is greater than the sword, and the cart will stop there. 2 minutes on the clock. I'm so concerned. Finally, we get Micro B out, and they'll have a little bit of a walk back, but Virgio's going to pay for it, and there's just nothing you can do here. Marywood has 2 ultimates up. They have... Again, I need to see Spoopy get contested here. Not that he's been really the problem, but we're not contesting the right people here, Olds.
No, you're really not. Micro B and Spoopy are just doing so much damage. Spoopy is completely acting like a third DPS in this game so far, and they just haven't closed the distance. They haven't gone underneath and taken the high ground. They've gone through this streets phase every time, and it has not worked for almost 3 minutes now. The Kings, they've taken down the Diva. They need to find more quick. Tony goes down as well. Faintest hits the headshot there, and they've got the ball rolling. The Widowmaker, the biggest threat, is finally gone, and the payload is back in drive.
But this is a cycle for King's College, right? They struggle for a minute or two. They've tried half a dozen different things, and then eventually find something that works, and everything kind of comes together. There's going to be a contest here, though, and they will get the touch. This is not over yet.
It's definitely not over yet, and there are ultimates to burn on the Pacers side. The Death Blossom to start it off takes down Faintest. We know how important he is to King's College, but it doesn't seem to matter here. The Farah, the Zarya, the Winston, everything coming together for Kings at the right time. They need this first point, but Corhex tries to answer the Shatter, enough to take down TPN, and Treeman is there to take down Aircraft, but now I don't think there's anything left. Marywood put up a good fight, but it ends there.
Again, we've seen this the last 2 maps. I assume Corhex might even give up. Yeah, there it is. I say you're giving up that Shatter anyways. You're going to go to the Reinhardt. This high ground is so important to contest that yeah, this checks. And now suddenly, again, I'm concerned. Faintest is going to be stuck on the ground. There's not really going to be an ability to contest this. And Micro B now with sights just knows everything. They're going to be able to set up wherever they want. There's not going to be as much to contest, and the cart will move, but for how long?
That is going to be the question here, and like you were saying, this high ground that we see Tony on is going to be pivotal to taking second point for Kings. You can tell the dive keeps on relentlessly going out there, but that time PMC hopped up with just 2 little HP. The Resurrect is there, he's back in the fight, but a trade happened in the meantime as Micro B hits another headshot on the Faintest.
Jeez, that's it, but 3 more ults, but the triple from Can Steam is huge!
Massive self-destruct from the off-tank and Can Steam, and Marywood comfortably sit back atop this high ground. 2 minutes to go in this second point push.
All right, so King's College, you're fine. Take a breath, get a regroup. Don't trickle in. You got 3 ultimates. You've got Grab. You've got a High Noon. There is some way to make this work. Probably Grab Noon is going to be the key here, but Spoopy has this trance. They need to bait that out now before they go anywhere forward.
They really
what
do.
Did I
the
just
Jedi
say?
gets popped from the flank. Look at that. Hits the shot there onto Spoopy as well. And Faintest comes up with a high-value flank to find 3.
That's, you know what? You don't, I guess if you caught him looking, that's also the other way. They'll have it for the end here, though, and that is a concern.
That is a concern. Marywood, they don't have many ultimates to work with. They do have the Transcendence, like you were saying, but is that enough to withstand the King's College ult economy? Aircraft popping that Valk early is key. That ultimate lasts a long time. Get the full value out of it to end this push.
There's that contest, though. The Primal is in. They are ready to fight King's College.
They are the barrage, though. It's too much to overcome. It finds 2, and Micro B goes down. There's 1 hit scan left, and now they are felled. No hit scan, and Virgio is free to roam the skies on Farah, and they should collect point number 2 here.
They kind of just caught Marywood off. They really just caught him off guard. That flank was so unexpected, and since that flank, it's just been downhill for Marywood. So We're popping sites. I assume we're going to maybe try to get a couple picks, maybe just get that information out. But that was the only ult. Tomato, Tony, has that visor. It's going to be tough to get value with that unless you wait for Nano. There's still the Graviton Surge. Link's been holding that for a while. And King's College has just been winning these fights on team comp and, well, just kind of raw surprise factor here.
Yeah, and like we were saying, the Widowmaker, very boomer bust. If you're not hitting the headshots, it seems like the value is very mitigated. Micro B did so well on point number 1, but here on point 2 and 3, we just haven't seen it up in the kill feed like we were originally. But Tony comes up with the Nano Visor, finding one before being taken down by the Pharah, and it still looks like the momentum is in the favor of Kings, but it keeps trading back and forth.
No, it's there. Another pick comes in, but with the res back, it's still anybody's ballgame right here.
Oh, very close. Almost
there it is.
The direct finally hits. Vergio now has a little bit more breathing room with the Diva down.
That'll be it. And the card's going to roll here. A minute on the clock. Vergio has his ultimate. You have to keep an eye out for them. You have to get this pick now. You cannot let Vergio get his ultimate off. They've just gotten value. There it is.
There it is, enough to take down Micro B. Of course, they are felled by Can Steam, but is it enough? King's College on the doorstep of completing Dorado with time, and they need it so bad to get back in this set.
They do. The last touch will be there. 2 meters on the clock left to go. Can they keep this up?
Oh, Marywood's working with nothing here. They've got no ultimates. King's College DPS continue to sit down the Pacers. It should be more than enough, and it is with 33 seconds. Dorado completed by King's College.
Yeah, once King's College got that edge by creating that, just taking the space that they have, because that whole flank was just unguarded. There was no check. There was nothing there. They were caught entirely off guard. Once that High Noon came in and caught them off guard, they were just never able to recover. They were constantly on the back foot. They didn't know what to do. And then Micro B was finally contested. That was kind of the other part of this, right? Micro B was just uncontested. Most of that first point was able to get value, and especially at the emergence level, just maybe blow air at the Widow's direction, and that's probably enough to create some misses. And like you said, do they choose to stay on this? Because you were very good in the beginning. I don't know if Micro B is feeling it at that point. If you know that it's coming, I don't know what that's going to be. Is that Torbjorn actually coming out here?
I would not be surprised.
I wouldn't
if
be
Fantas
shocked.
Pulls out the Torb. They've done it before. I think it's gonna stick.
It's gonna stick.
I'm also not surprised to see Micro B on the Widowmaker to start things out here at all. But I think halfway through point 2, if it's not working to get you that high ground, it is time to go on to something else. But for now, totally acceptable hero.
I think everything here makes sense with what you're trying to do. King's College, you're expecting a dive. You know that this is like a dive map. You have to do it. Very good anti-dive. You know the Zarya worked from Link. I like that pick. Mercy Moira has been getting you value. I'm fine with it. Micro B needs to find some value on this, and they'll probably spend most of their time just taking out turrets and maybe getting the Torbjorn if they're lucky. So I'm curious to see how long this sticks as well.
Time will tell. Hookshot almost takes down Vergio there, but doesn't quite click the head. That Widowmaker going to be very threatening for Vergio on this far. We'll see who wins more duels.
The awareness from King's College, though, has just been so good. They're catching all these angles now. They're ready for it.
Oh, I'm loving Micro B. Just go up with the hook shots, claim the high ground, and click the head of Link. They've got 4 members of Kings down now. Make it the entire team, quickly wiping away the Kings defense. And now I'm not sure about the Torb. I'm not sure about the Pharah. Do they make changes?
Yeah, they will. I would say Famous is going to commit fully into something different. I don't know about the Hanzo, but I think that's it. They are going to go to full Ryan Zarya. I don't know about that one. I think the Ryan is not a great pick here. You have no contest to this Widowmaker now, so somebody has to get back there and bother Micro B. Otherwise, you're just going to keep getting run on.
Yeah, you're going to be relying on Fantas hitting an arrow across the map to take down Micro B, who has been menacing to this point. Just so far away from the fight. Under no pressure, cool, calm, collected, Micro B continues to do work as Corhex up in the front line. Non-stop pouncing on King's College, but it keeps trading here until the DPS for the Pacers come through.
All it's going to take is just Corhex making any amount of space and creating the distraction. And Micro B is just going to have free reign. And Tomato's just, I really hope Tomato doesn't commit this. There's 2 tanks, that's juicy targets. Don't commit that yet. Save it. Have some, there we go. Yeah, but they're getting these cleanups. These late staggers, thank you. They got out of the way. You can't allow these late staggers to happen. And Micro B's just got this aggressive position. Oh no!
Do it again! Do it again! Come on, Micro B, continue to show it off. Oh, Vergio from nowhere. Look at this, the flank aggression paying off for Kings here.
That I will give them is that Marywood is using those flanks against them. Now this big map is suddenly against them, but that bomb... Oh, the bubble ran out!
Wow, Link gets taken down, and the remech is there to take down Virgio as well. Oh, a prayer answered for Marywood. Of course, Kings completed Dorado, but just how fast is Marywood going to make a mark?
Oh my gosh, they are making their mark for sure. The cart's slowly getting there, but the picks just keep falling. They just keep falling.
They really do. Kings has just not had their feet set under them at any point in this defense. They've made some adjustments here, but at no point have they even had ultimates to combo. There's just no alt charge being gained for Kings College, and now 2 off tanks. I don't know. They are scratching their head. It's very clear.
Yeah, this is, again, Kings College has hit this struggle mode, so they're going to keep throwing anything at the wall until they can make it stick. When they get when it sticks, they'll finally settle on this and say, this works, we're not moving. But the question is it too late? There's 5 minutes on the clock, and they still have this frontal position. Again, Cortex is just on this high ground. They look at all the space they're taking.
Yeah, they are just pouncing right up to the catwalk, raining in free damage above them. Now we have Tony going in with the Death Blossom. Racing out here, but still playing with the tank in Cortex, and they're not afraid. If this Diva gets desuited, this Blossom is going to be gigantic.
Oh, and there it is. I think this is going to be it. They're still looking. Tomato Tony's still trying, but I mean, Spoopy's still coming up huge in the back. Again, there's just no contest to this back line. There needs to be something from King College. Otherwise, this is going to be the longest hold they need to make.
I don't know if it's possible either. Just Tony rolling in here has never used the Blossom and now has total free reign. No Diva mech in the way to eat it up. And oh my god, it could be a lightning round for the Pacers.
It will be. There's going to be the last contest. Swaps coming in. Famous on that Tracer. Finally, we see the Lucio. It's too little, too late, though. Oh, it's too little.
Yeah, you need it for more than just contest here. And King's College continue to play mystery heroes out of spawn. But like you're saying, Soav, too little, too late indeed. This man, Micro B, has owned Dorado to this point. And Marywood is sure to be rewarded.
They are. No one's there. They step off for just that minute. 4.5 to go. Are we sure this wasn't Marywood's pick ult? Like, this was such an impressive time. This was such dominance of this map and an understanding of what you need to do here. Are we sure this was King's pick?
I'm really not, because it seemed like Micro B was licking their chops ever since Dorado was asked, and honestly, like we were saying, Widowmaker, an incredible boom or bust hero to select. Micro B made it work. I love it when I eat my words as a caster and a DPS player just shows off what they've got in store, because Micro B showed up and showed out.
It really does help that the rest of the team around Marywood has been doing their part, though, too, and King's College has kind of been dropping the ball in that regards. Cortex has been creating the space, creating the chaos to thrive in, and then on the counterpoint, King's College just hasn't been contesting it. There was no one in the backline. We've been asking, begging Nay for them to just bother Spoopy Gamer, bother Micro B, do something to upset their aim in the slightest bit, because it's just been a shooting gallery for Micro B. And Spoopy Gamer has gone uncontested. They've kind of just been holding these transcendences for when they need them. The ult tracking's a little bit off too. Like, you have to know when that transcendence is on. You kind of need to know when you need to be focusing out who. And that's kind of been the story for King's College. They're going to look at this double off tank. Yeah, I don't know. Sigma Hog, you could maybe sell me on, but I don't know about, like, I guess you need to contest high grounds here. This is going to be rough for King's College for sure.
It really is. They have scratched their head the entire duration of Dorado. This is a decent looking composition. They're on the Baptiste now. They have an Immortality Field, a Mercy Pocket for Faintest, and Virgio on the Sombra can close the distance onto the backline, but he's got to work so fast because Marywood makes such quick work of these engagements like they just did.
And it's worth noting, if you're keeping an eye on this, every single thing that Cortex has been targeting, there is an orb on it. And that is so important. That is the most important thing. That tells me that Spoopy is living. That tells me that there's communication and they are talking this through. And Micro B is going to even just clean the... Oh, look at that. Just, again, there's no contest. And the support for the DPS that's popping from the Pacers is just there.
And I do love how, even though Widowmaker is getting a backline of Winston Bubble, just keeping them in spawn. King's College, they only put up 40 or so meters here on this attack, and it looks like this might be the place where it ends. Micro B continues to be uncontested. The lead continues to rain in. The pain is being brought by the Pacers, and they will be rewarded. Not very far will they have to push it to continue the run in the winner's bracket.
I mean, it's just stalling out at this point. Like, you're not going to get it much farther. And again, I gotta harp on this again. I hate to do it. Self-destruct will get nothing, but like I harp on this. Core Hex is just dropping bubbles, just saying, yeah, no, it's fine. I've got you. Like that level of protection for your DPS, that level of supporting your team when you know they are doing well, we just never saw it from King's College. It was just never there. The cohesion from Marywood across the pick a person. The cohesion was there, whether the Discord orbs needed to be on a particular hero at a time, whether space was there for Micro B, whether the distractions were there for Tony to be in. Like everything just played together well, and you can tell that Marywood is a cohesive unit. And meanwhile, King's College has just kind of been struggling to get themselves together. And there's the Panic Bastion. Like that was, check your bingo cards. There's Panic Bastion because we don't know what else we have to do at this point. And so we're just going all in boomer bust on this bunker comp. I don't know. I just don't know.
I do like how clearly they've been puzzled this entire game, but there's one thing you can't argue right now is that this is a strategy out of the gate. So they have a plan with this. They know there's only like 40 meters of this map that they must defend for such a long time. There's no like wavering room for them to change this strategy and second guess themselves with different picks. They are just locked in on this. So I'm just happy that it is a composition that in my brain makes sense, even if they're doing it out of a little bit of panic.
Yeah, but it is like a tried true comp. Like, you know, this is everything you need to do. So the question is what going to happen? Or maybe they just really want to enjoy Bastion in this form while they can. I don't know. Like, anything's possible, but let's see how they hold. Because this 4 minutes is a long ask here, ult.
It really
the
is.
teleport.
They make work at Core Hex. That's the kind of TP play I want to see. I need it to happen in the mid-fight, or else you're just not getting the value out of the sim. But if Virgio continues to play it with a big brain like that, they could make it work. But Marywood, look at that. Can Steam coming up and diving in, swooping away with 2 kills, and now King's College is uncomfortable.
This is it, yeah. They're struggling. It's falling apart. Everything is crumbling down now.
Oh, they've got it back a little bit with those eliminations, but they've lost their Bastion and Faintus. It could be Marywood ending the game here. They've got 9 meters to go to keep their winner's bracket run alive. King's College, though, they would love to stay on this side of the bracket a little while longer, and with that fight victory, they will.
They're still committing ults? Oh, no, you just wait that out for Marywood. Wait that out, let that reset. That's a boon for them. So Marywood just drew out an ultimate for free, and that suddenly means that there's one less thing there. The Bastion tank ultimate is going to be the only thing coming in that might make a difference here, but this flank is huge ult.
Oh, the flank is huge. Tony takes the duel, but Faintus, the victor there. The tank for the Bastion comes out on top, and they're still going on with this miracle hold for now.
I mean, it forced an ultimate out, so that's fine. You do have a couple ultimates. The Nano's coming in, self-destruct for Marywood. So you have 2 minutes. You're fine. Like, don't start panicking yet. You still have a lot of time on the box. You just have to figure out how to break this. You know how to do this. But King's College does have a flux. They have a supercharger coming in. So lure out, find the weak point, pick it, and then you can break this.
And the weak point might not be the Bastion here. Of course, Faintus is doing so much work. Already 2 elims found there, but Spoopy able to take down Faintus. But the Bastion gets rezzed right back in by Aircraft, and the damage already being felt by the Pacers here. They can't quite make their way around this corner with their tanks. They're not quite buying them enough ground, and Kings is looking dangerous. Half of that attacking time is already gone.
It's already gone, and now we're desperation. Now we're struggling. We're realizing what I need to do. Can't see. I'm just going to try to go for the hook. I do like the hog angle. I think it's a good angle. Micro B just going a little more burst damage to this. Also a great option. I want to see like a Tracer though. I want to see something, a Sombra, something to force them to look multiple ways, create the crossfire to success here, because these 4 ultimates are going to be huge. But that's a hook onto the Orisa.
Oh, they need to find the kill, though. The supercharger is down. They were unable to get the elimination right away, but PMC does actually go down to the primal from Core Hex. They've got to find more, though. The Bastion still at large. What can Faintest find? They're down members. The tank only finds Spoopy, and now everything for Kings is down, and it looks like the Pacers here have made it a no-doubter. Their winner's bracket run will continue.
It was a great hold. It was a great effort made, and while it lasted, it looked a very well set play. It's just unfortunate that, you know, the ultimates never fell. Core Hex hit those primals, and Core Hex has been a monster on that Winston all day. Has like hit several with those primals, and yeah. This is going to be the drop shatter, I believe. No.
Man!
Okay.
Just sucking that Genji in. That poor animation. That was painful.
Oh no, that's great. The Genji is a bonus. The Shatter is really what you were there for, but that bonus Genji kill, like, sure. A great effort though, really overall. Like that was a heroic Herculean effort made on that 4-minute hold, and I think that's something that you are proud of at a minimum. You're not, like, you're sad you lost, you're 0-3, you have to go down, but like that's a pretty decent hold for that comp, all things considered. That means knowingly, like, in the future, 2 minutes, okay, we can make this work. We as a team made this last 2 minutes. That's something you can pocket for later. But there's still a lot of work to be done. You still got to kind of resettle on a lot of these things in this emergent division. It's so important to just kind of know what you want to do and commit to it and stick to it. This consistency, like I said, is going to be key. So hit those consistent books and get some consistency, and these teams should both be okay.
Hopefully that is the case. Marywood remains in the winner's bracket here. They will go on to play either the Carroll Pioneers or Baker University in round 2 of group stages. King's College, their nationals run is not over. They're just down to the loser's bracket. They've got some things to work on. They will play the loser of that Carroll v. Baker game. But so if you're King's College, other than just, making adjustments far too often, what kind of advice do you have to give them going forward?
I think the other piece of advice I have going into this is figure out and isolate your main threat at the moment, because there's a lot of times where your DPS, the opposing DPS was just left. There was never a bother into the backline. So find your threat, isolate what you need to do to contain it, and then just execute that. So if it's dive, if you need to dive, if you need to send a tracer to bother Spoopy as Zenyatta, find the weakest point, isolate it, and don't be afraid to just go over the tank line. Nothing says you have to fight tank to tank and then win that fight first. Don't be afraid to go around and create a crossfire. And the more you can pick that target, and that key to victory will be the key to your victory going forward.
And now I've got to ask you, you've given Kings their advice. Did you have a player of the match in mind for this one? Personally, I know Micro B popped off a lot on that last map, but that's not the pick I had in mind. I want to know your thoughts first.
Man, if we're talking overall play of the game, it's Spoopy, right? Like Spoopy was just Spoopy was just so consistent. Cannon. Yeah, like it was just left uncontested, got so much value. We don't have any stats on that, but I can tell you that 9 times out of 10 there was a Discord orb on something that died, and that is so important. If you can get that value from a Zenyatta, and especially if they can be left uncontested, that's such a boon for your team. And even better when the opposing team just leaves them uncontested like that too, and doesn't bother them, just quite outright, just doesn't give them a hassle. Yeah, Spoopy definitely had to be the player of the match.
Yeah, they were the player I had in mind as well, and we knew that King's College was going to bring very strong DPS into this game, but the Pacers came into it with an extra DPS from the support slot. So I know Faintest was really starting to shine bright, as of course was Link, as of course was Virgio. Virgio, especially on map 1, really did well. But Spoopy, maps 1, 2, and 3, doing the support work, getting good transcendences, and also dealing massive amounts of damage, adding so much to the backline of Marywood, has to be the player of the game here. Couldn't agree more.
1000%. Like the value alone from that double flex support line was just huge. And anybody in this division, you got to keep an eye on that. You got to know that there's double flex support in the meta, at least for this team. So prepare for that, because that's a lot to think about. It's not traditional Overwatch, maybe as we are used to seeing it or playing it, but that is something you got to be aware of now.
You've definitely got to be aware of it. Well, chat, that is going to wrap it up here for the first game on the B stream for the Nationals playoff run. Up next, we're going to have Marion University Sabres taking on University of Ottawa Garnet. So I believe you're going to still be casting this one. You'll be alongside Captain Jack, but that is going to be all for me. I've been Alt Charge. It's been fun. I'll be on a little bit later, but I hope you enjoy the upcoming games, chat. Stick around.
Take care.
message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven is so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven is so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, 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 panic. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? And before too long, I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it, oh. I can't stop the rush, every note I touch. I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Where you and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. Let me in. I want real love, real heights. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. So wait for you, wait for you.
Up all night thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're mine, losing need a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
One touch from you, and I was hooked. And like an addict, I can't get enough. Can't be away, take me away. You're on the hunt, I'll be your prey. I'll be your prey. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Gotta get a handle on it, discipline me. Nobody else but you, baby. Give me your love, baby. Lock me up, chain me. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Just lock me in your chains. Just lock me in your chains. Give me your love, baby. Lock me up, chain me. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. I've been bad. I need someone to give me demands. So take me away, have your way. You're on the hunt, I'll be your prey. I'll be your prey. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Gotta get a handle on it and discipline me. Nobody else but you, baby. Give me your love, baby. Lock me up, chain me. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Just lock me in your chains.
I am here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am
down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting numb, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. change, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes holding on to this, holding on. I know I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Cigarette ash, it looks like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh you say you wanna dance. You're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. And this booze, this cigarette's trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. And this booze, this
let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, yeah, you take me higher, baby.
And good afternoon, Overwatch fans, and welcome back to NECC, where we have got one heck of a banger matchup for you today, where we're going to be seeing Marian University versus the University of Ottawa as we are rounding out the end of this season. I'm going to be your play-by-play for this match. Captain Jack, joined by Soev Danim on analysts, as well as our amazing production team, Shiro and Sam Ter. Soev, it seems like we've got a bit of a grudge match getting ready to go into this one.
Yeah, this one is definitely got some history behind it. Marion, coming from the fall split, first place, looked great, 8-0, undefeated. Got taken down, though, in the spring split by University of Ottawa. So there's some bad blood here. They ended up falling third and fourth. Yeah, I might be a little mad going into nationals if they were the reason I didn't get to first place and didn't carry a good full year. So there's definitely some history and definitely a good match ahead for us, Jack.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at the starting lineups for these teams, starting off with Marian University. We've got some great looking folks on this roster. A couple of seniors here, so this is going to be kind of their last chance to really show what they've got, especially looking at role-wise. We've got Advanced and Zidster main and off tank, so they're probably going to be looking to fill that role in the near future. And then moving over to the University of Ottawa, we've definitely got some amazing folks over there as well. A lot of support we noticed looking at the lineup and the alternates for today. Lot of support on that side, so it seems like the team is really good in the other departments, but when it comes to support, they are looking to get all the help that they can get, and hopefully it pays off for them in the long run. Our first match of the day, if I
Definitely.
remember correctly, is going to be taking us to Busan. We're going to be starting off
Yeah.
on Control, and the similar rotation that we usually see is going to be Control. I believe it's Escort Hybrid or Hybrid Escort.
We're starting off in Control. We go to Hybrid and then Escort.
There we go.
Yeah, and then back out if we need to. But yeah, Busan. We opened it last game with this, and it's a popular map choice, I guess. I would have thought we were going to Lijiang. Maybe it's out of rotation. Maybe I just missed the call. But a lot of people want to play Busan, and there's a lot of different things you can do here. Just between the different rounds, there's a lot of variety you can play. Downtown offers a lot of great sight lines. See all the sites, but Mecha Base. I mean, everybody loves to rush Mecha Base, so we'll see where we end up, and we'll see what the teams give us based on that.
Yeah, and I mean, the great thing about Control maps is they allow for such versatility, regardless of what map you're playing on. Although the rush is primarily what we see on the Mecha Base, you could see, oddly enough, a little bit of dive with how much of a wide open space and high ground advantage there is in that area. But it looks like we're going to be starting off on Downtown. So definitely probably going to be seeing a lot more of that dive going into this matchup. Oh, actually, I think that's just the intro video. So
it's just our intro. It's the beautiful sights. It's just the beautiful intro video, taking the sights. It's okay. Enjoy it while you can now, because it's going to be chaotic in about, I don't know, 2 to 3 minutes, and it's going to be a hot mess. You won't be able to take it all in. But I will say to that end, yeah. And given that Ottawa has several supports in their roster, I believe I don't think we'll see all of them, but given that there's so many supports, maybe you are only playing, your Lucio here. Maybe we're going to see Chris here for the Lucio. But these rush comps look pretty good. The Doomfist out of Marion, I do like, though. That's an interesting pick going into this. And you want to talk about pick potential? You may be surprised seeing that come out the gate there, because Ottawa Garnet's already got a couple counters in play, but this kind of Cassidy May rush is pretty bog standard, especially given this champions bracket.
Yeah, I mean, with that being the standard, it's going to be up to Luke to really show that they are going to be the difference maker in this matchup. That single pick potential has to be there, otherwise they're going to be CC'd into oblivion. And there it is, first pick coming in onto Dunks with the follow-up onto Norman. Indeed.
Wow, what a shatter!
The shatter
already
out from Supreme, getting full
That's
round.
insanity.
A full round, maybe 10, 15 seconds at most in that fight. That's already the first team kill of the day, as we go ahead and see Control go to University of Ottawa.
I mean, how do you evaluate that? Like, that was just an initial run. That stun will come in, but there's still more to be had, Jack.
All right, as we go ahead and see them move on in. James got the Deadeye on the line, releases it, finds Java as they go ahead and run down the rest of Ottawa. Arian, not a fan about how that ended up turning out the first time around. At the 21% mark, go ahead and see Control swap over.
Nah, but Luke did build up that punch, though, so there will be an ultimate on the board for them. If they can enter on that, it'll be a good space, but that window's going to have something to say about it.
Yeah, Amplification Matrix already pumping out a heck of a ton of damage and healing to try to keep them up in this fight, as Dunks finds a pick on to Zidster. Meteor Strike comes in, able to create some space for James to let that Peacekeeper reign. They're going to surpass the percentage of Ottawa, heading to the 30% mark.
Yeah, it's just back and forth. It's just haymakers here. This Graviton Surge going to be big, though, because there's 2 ultimates, so you're probably going to have to keep an eye on that versus the Blizzard here, because if the Blizzard gets more value, you may have to just kind of panic grab here.
All right, let's see what they can make happen. The Blizzard Deadeye comes out. Dunks finds 2 into the basket, and there goes Primo and James as well. Dunks showing that they can just as easily utilize that Peacekeeper to their advantage at the 53% mark. Control swaps over to Ottawa.
You know, if nothing else, I appreciate the efficiency of these fights. They're very much like, we acknowledge we lost. There was a play made. We are done. We reset. We come back. It's a very nice change from game one if you were sticking around for us. So let's see what happens this time. There's still that grab and play here.
Yeah, these rotations are looking incredibly interesting as we see Tundra already taking down Zidster. The self-destruct have to utilize to get back into mech. And Ottawa's going to continue to hold on, sending the Sabres back to the pen.
Serial started off with this Ana that I kind of feel like you could have gotten still a bunch of value on. You may almost want that back in some ways just because there is a little bit of variation. You have a little bit more CC in there, and it's still up there, but there is a few more ults for Marion for the Sabres, so those will come in a little bit more handy, especially with this sound barrier in. If they can hold on to that for this next fight, they'll be in a good spot. Oh, the Fire Strike window, though!
Beautiful window. Fire Strike finds the double. The Maywall separating them out. Garnet holding rock steady right now as the percentage continues to climb.
Wow, the sheer value alone, that's a main tank's dream right there to get that. That's just the value from winning that fight. Normally you have to pair something else with it to get some sort of value to that. But Java came up huge there. So still a couple more ults for the Sabres though.
Ooh, we see the Maywall coming up once again, finally breaking through as we see that Meteor Strike coming in one more time. The Deadeye able to take down the supports of Garnet, but it might not be enough as we go ahead and see Norman continuing to try to hold control. The Blizzard gets thrown in, but they get taken down in the final moments. It is going to be up to Supreme and Dunks to see if they can keep things going, and now it's just a feed fest for the objective. Control still in Ottawa's favor for the moment, but honestly, I think right now it's time to let it go, and they will, retreating back to the safety of the team.
I think you wanted to save that Blizzard and just give that up. You had the fight in hand, and you could have saved it for the next one. You're probably regretting that now. Zidster going to find a couple. Like, the picks are still coming, but like, if you're Ottawa, you probably should have saved that. You had a win. That was like, that's a win condition right there. You just gave up a win condition on a gamble to win, and instead, now you still got to earn it back. Marion's, like, thankfully there's no ultimates on boards. If you're lucky, you can kind of get your sound barrier first and sustain this fight. But it really depends what happens with these Maywalls.
Well, that's the thing, is that we see the Maywall swap now. Luke going on to the May and Norman now taking over the Doomfist. So it seems like there was some kind of gentleman's agreement going on here that they were not going to both be on May at the same time. We go ahead and see the trades coming in for Norman and James on either side. The 5v5. They now face off against one another. Self-destruct coming into the objective, but Advance gets taken out before it ends up landing that final blow. The Pulse Bomb finds Norman in the keister as Sariel tries to hold everything together. Shatter coming in from a Zidster, trying to keep this objective in their favor. Overtime clock ticking away as we go ahead and see the Sabres sink their teeth in to the Mecha base and take away the victory, 100-99.
Yeah, I think you're a little boomed if you're Ottawa Garnet there, because that Blizzard, even if you that's not just a throwaway ult. Like, you can throw away a Coalescence, you can kind of give up a window, you can give up some of these things, even the High Noon, you can kind of give up value. Blizzard itself is just a win condition. You don't need to do anything else. As long as it doesn't get eaten, you just win a fight. So throwing that onto that is, you're probably really kicking yourself there. But that's in the past. Let's go to Shrine. We're going to change it up. New things, new strats. Norman does want to play that Doomfist, and I don't disagree. I say that. They go to Soldier. They are going to pull out several changes. This aggressive double flex support backline. There it is. Okay, another change is coming in. That's an aggressive front line. I say that as the Sigma Hog, though. That is a damage-heavy front line, and Ottawa is not here to play anymore, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, we were definitely seeing that already in the Mecha base, but they are definitely showing it now. But as we can see, Marion Oray diving into that backline, finding the pick onto Dunk. So a lot of that damage potential already out of the fight. Norman trying to push him back with the pulse rifle. They go ahead and try to advance in onto the objective. But the high ground currently being held by the Sabres as they go ahead and rotate to the objective. Going to make it a little bit difficult. Thankfully, the shield there on the side of Ottawa might be able to hold up a little stronger. James, though, finding Supreme before they're able to take a breather. And Luke's back in the back line trying to take care of Dunks. Looking for that rotation, but they've already grabbed the objective, and now it's just cleanup.
Yeah, the problem with this very chonky comp that we are now seeing them move away from is you're slow, you're kind of just easy to pick off for this dive. You can get a crossfire on them so easily, and you're kind of just feeding ultimate charge in. They didn't really have to commit anything, but there already is that coalescence, which is so far ahead. And now the full swap's coming in from Ottawa. It's just so late. Like, you just gave up so much value in the ult economy. It's going to take you even longer just to catch up if you can.
That's true. Well, let's see if they can hold it all together. But Zidster already going in with the help of the coalescence of Sariel, just keeping everyone at bay. It is Decimation City right now. Marion, not a fan about how the mecha base was so close. We're looking to make this a definitive victory.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. They really want this revenge that they were looking for from getting beaten in the playoffs. Yeah, this is now. So that kind of motivation, Tundra is going to have this flux. That's going to be the only thing they can do if they want to crack this open, because there's a pulse bomb right there, and it's not going to get value, but there's still more to come.
Yeah, as we go ahead and see Luke already in that back line, takes Tundra out of the fight before they're able to touch the objective, and now it's juggle time! As we go ahead and see Zidster Primal raging it up in this back line, the percentage continuing to climb.
It's last fight territory, though, Jack. 3 ultimates for the Sabres. It's not a good place to be. The only kind of positive is that you did save that flux, so you have that going into it. You have both your tank ultimates. You have a pulse bomb. If you can find the value, get Norman in the back line or something, but that dive came in quick, and there's one to kick it off.
Every time that comes in so fast, but the beat is there, as is the self-destruct and Blossom, just enough to clean everything up. The overtime wick's going to keep burning as Supreme using the Furious George on the objective to try to fight them away. It's not going to be enough. The Sabres indeed have gotten their fill and are showing how they won things off during that spring season against Ottawa, taking it 2-0 here on Busan.
A lot of things just kind of didn't go well for Ottawa here. Call it maybe that just isn't their map type, but some mistakes that really just couldn't be played. Look at how quickly, just watch this ultimate charge build up so quickly. That was less than 10 seconds. It had to be. Like, that was so quick. Just the value from that Reinhardt alone is just incredible. And I think that accurately sums up kind of what we've seen so far, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, just the aggressive play from the Sabres has just been so good. And the mistakes of Ottawa have kind of been the polar to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, the mistakes have been really rough, and Marion has been playing very well. So new map, take a reset, take a breath. It's going to be Ottawa's pick. We're going to go to escort. We're going to hybrid.
Mm-hmm.
So there'll be a chance to kind of get yourself some footing, get yourself some ground here. Maybe, you've got a bunch of supports too. See if you need to make a change. Maybe you swap out that Lucio player, or your Baptiste player, whoever you've got. I mean, I think there's literally almost one player per support at this point.
Just about.
So just like make the changes you need. You've got tons of options. Take the time and figure out what you got to do here, because that was a pretty rough map 1, honestly.
Yeah, the rough part about it really is just the control map type itself, right? Because there's so little time that you have to kind of readjust if you make a mistake going right out of the gate, as you covered numerous times. Having to swap immediately after the first fight, they were already behind in the ult economy, and then just the ferocity that the Sabres kept coming at them just made it so difficult for them to be able to catch up and try to round things out. So it's going to be up to thinking about strategy a little bit deeper. Hopefully, they've been studying VODs, thinking about kind of what went wrong in their previous matchup during the spring quarterfinals when they fought each other before, and trying to see kind of what they can utilize. What's that linchpin that they can yank out to really send the Sabres back to the pen.
Well, it's going to be a tough ask because we've got some changes coming in over for the side of Ottawa. Supreme is now going to go over to DPS. Dunks is going to be picking up tank. Sure, I guess. I'm sure there was reason. We are going to King's Row, though, is the choice. And I can't say I'm too surprised. Like, most teams love playing King's Row, especially if you love your Reinhardts. You're going to want to play King's Row anyways. My guess is that these swaps tell me that Dunks, who was like an aggressive DPS player, is going to be playing probably a similarly aggressive Reinhardt, and I think that that's not a bad play. This is a map, and this is a comp type that if you put your resources into your main tank and enable the Reinhardt to swing,
Mhm.
I mean, you'll just be rewarded with a 10-second shatter.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Honestly, that is probably one of the most insane plays that I've
Yeah.
seen in Overwatch yet this year, seeing a shatter built up so quickly. But I'm not
Yeah, same.
surprised that we're going to King's Row. It was incredibly close on Mecha Base, and honestly, one of the biggest things that kind of turned the tide was the swaps that they made from that standard rush composition that we saw them on over to that. I think it was like a Doomfist Tracer.
Like a Doomfist Tracer, yeah.
During those final fights. And so, Ottawa is showing that they can go toe to toe with Marion, but they're going to have to kind of stick with those picks best they can. Marion has the opportunity, although King's Row is known as the brawl rush map, there is always an opportunity to go to something different if they want. We've seen the wrecking ball dive being used on this, or the traditional dive. It requires a lot more finesse because of the tight sight lines and whatnot to be able to dive through, especially when you're looking at streaks phase. But there is high ground that can be used on first and third point that could give them advantage with a composition like that.
It could, and it's important to control that, because the second you start losing track of players, the second somebody gets a flank, is the second a backline gets picked, is the second the problem is. My concern to thinking that we're probably not going to see something like that, though, is just that we're in Champions. Those kinds of comps require a little bit more finesse, maybe, to kind of get timings right. So we're probably going to see this brawl. I think if we are really lucky, we'll see a little bit more in the adaptations, maybe that soldier, maybe like an Ash or something to kind of, or a Hanzo to take care of these sightlines a little bit better. But I think that overall, like, we're just going to see these two teams smashing each other, and the question is who's making the adaptations that's going to give them the value and the pick potential when it comes to King's Row.
And especially if we're looking at that mirror matchup that's going on, it's going to be about how quickly those rotations go down. Because as we know, this composition, especially the rush, you have to be kind of all together and working together at the same time. If anyone is just barely separated, I saw a match a couple of days ago where for some reason the Mei kept going for these high ground lizard throws, and I'm like, what are you doing? Just stick with your team and they'll set you up for it. But nevertheless, hopefully we won't be seeing any of that insanity here. But it looks like the Sabres, they enjoy the damage dealing that this composition brings, so they're looking to get a little explodey while bringing James out on that Junkrat. Ottawa playing with Supreme on the Pharah without a toe of that Mercy, so we'll see if that indeed comes out of the gates.
I doubt that will. I think that might be our initial rocket or two, kind of the poor man's Widowmaker, maybe. But I think that just all things considered, it's probably going to be like just a couple flashes, but I do like the strong defense. Like, this is not a comp you can just run at. When we're talking about like smashing comps to each other, you can't just run at a Junkrat, and I do like that adaptation. I think it's very strong.
That is true. Apologies for that. It looks like my better Discord crashed mid-match, so thankfully it happened at the beginning. We go ahead and get back into the action. Zidster already finding the pick onto Norman, and with the DMAC onto Tundra, this is almost looking as good as gone when it comes to this attack. Thankfully, it was pretty quick, only 30 seconds off of that clock. Ottawa's going to have another chance here shortly.
Yeah, and this Sigma's a great adaptation from them. The second you put that barrier out, you block a lot of this healing. You kind of prevent that Reinhardt who's going deep from getting that. This Riptire is going to be a big problem, though. It's kind of going to be the thing they have to keep an eye out for. So if they aren't watching their angles, they'll get caught out from there. And there it is.
Oh, all right. The Riptire going deep into the backline, skipping over Tundra and going
huge.
for the double kill. Doesn't end up finding dunks, though, which I think was the target of their frustration. Does take the support out of the fight. So we see the picks now coming in for Ottawa. The rotation, beautiful headshot coming in from Norman. And we're going to go ahead and see them lock down the objective. 2:40 on the clock. Definitely not a shabby time. That is going to be a control of the choke there. If Zidster hopefully can stay alive.
No, it's basically done. We're still throwing bodies at it, but it's done. The trap is set and it's been triggered. The payload's there, and Now it's just a question of who's making the adaptations to what, because this Junkrat's on both sides now. We're committing dragons too. We really want to buy this space, Jack. We want this.
Yeah, it is like the Indy 500 right now. Ottawa is just straight through the streets phase, all ready to objective Bravo. And that payload probably having a very lonely support, just enjoying the time away from the fight.
Yeah, but just checking in there because there is 3 ultimates. Both tank ultimates are there, so Dunk's gonna have to keep an eye. They've been playing super aggressive. If they let their guard down a little too much, they'll get hit. But this window is going to be the first thing they get hit by.
The amplification matrix does go ahead and push them back a little bit. Luke is able to find Java. They're not going to have that immortality field if indeed that gravitic flux comes online. It looks like they're just going to hold back up to the rest of the team, give up a little bit of cart progress. Go ahead and see Norman on that rotation to see if they can get that additional pick. We see the gravitic flux now coming in, looking to see the immortality field utilized. Go ahead and keep everybody alive, and the shatter comes in around the corner. Ant Matrix now in as well, but that Storm Arrow knows no bounds as we see Zidster trying to grab some value after a gravitic flux from Garnet. It's not going to be enough for them to hold on. James coming out with the tire, finds Supreme around the corner as we see Java trying to chase down Luke on that Hanzo, but unfortunately they're going to have to give up all that progress with all that investment.
It was a lot thrown into it, but I respect that they got themselves out and didn't, feed into it. Luke is going to have these dragons, so they have to keep an eye on him. They've been tracking it well. Oh, we got a pause. Perfectly timed pause. Probably some issues, maybe a disconnection incoming. But who knows? But with that coming in, it tells me that they're not sure. Like they're not sure what's going on. Like they have to keep an eye on Luke. They know that they committed a lot into it. So the question is, did they track this well enough? Because if they don't know where Luke is, they don't know that he has this dragons, fight's over. Like that can win it on its own. So hopefully Ottawa was able to keep an eye on that. Norman is a little bit behind on their own dragons. So they'll get it before fight. The question is who kind of comes up bigger with those ultimates. And right now with 3 on the clock, like Ottawa's still not in a bad spot. Ottawa's still really not in a bad spot, all things considered. That could be way worse positioning considering how much they invested. I do wish they would have kind of held a little though, because they committed so much into buying space that they never really got to take advantage of. They just kind of gave it right back immediately.
Yeah, I mean, they really didn't have much of a choice, just kind of desperation for both teams after the gravitic fluxes were invested, immortality fields following suit to just try to keep everybody together. But as you know, the immortality field only keeps you alive. It does not heal you back up. To try to heal up that much damage from a gravitic flux and everything else being thrown at you so quickly, things get a little flaily there at the end. So although there was investment from both sides, I'm going to be interested to see how things work out. Thankfully, nobody lost any ult progress. Just kind of waited out Tundra having some issues.
No, Luke did. Luke lost.
Luke
Let the dragons go? Luke, I'm not sure what happened there. Luke is out their dragons, but they do have this window, and there's the dragons of the counter.
Yeah, but it doesn't really find the value that they're looking for. Going at more of an angle might have worked out well for them, and Tundra already out of the fight, along with Supreme. Major damage coming out of the side of Sabres. Holy goodness!
Ooh, the fire strike though.
Once again, this the Rhine with the fire strike, not needing the amp that time around. They're holding this corner hard, though, because James is just not letting anyone pass, and this shield of Dunks is just having such a hard time staying together. That Shatter getting ready to come online as we see the beat invested from Crispy Boy. The Shatter comes out, finds 2. The only one it doesn't take down is Zidster, but it might be enough as they go ahead and head on in swinging.
The flank dragons.
The Dragon Strike does find Java, though, so that's going to be a lot of healing down, but Supreme's like, fine, we don't need healing. We're just going to boop everyone around, and that's objective Bravo. The cleanup comes in, but even if Ottawa loses, point is still captured.
I mean, the tactical pause worked out in their favor. I guess they got him. It got him through. So whatever happened, sometimes you just need a moment to reset and get your mind together. So 3 minutes on the clock. No ultimates for Ottawa though. Like they'll probably have to poke to get anything. Primo's going to have to hold onto this sound barrier, and at this point, I don't know what you hold onto it for. Maybe it's the Graviton Surge, because there are some DPS ultimates coming in. You have to find some diligence here and just discipline to figure out what you're using it for. Oh, never mind. They were.
Okay, man,
tire.
talk about paying attention to your surroundings, knowing that Norman was right there, looking to get behind with that pulse bomb, and just immediately takes him out. James lighting up the kill feed with that quad kill and shaving some more time off of that bank.
Well, plus side for Ottawa, they have most of their ultimates now. 4 of 6 is pretty good. Sound barrier's not there, but the counterpoint is you drew out Primo, so that you'll take that. So, spread them out. Don't just overlap them. Get the value from it, and you can keep this cart rolling with 2 minutes left.
All right, amplification matrix already utilized. The Dragon Strike, it comes out. Tyre looking to change things up, but the Dragon Strike is really what's finding the value for the moment. Beautiful charge there from the self-destruct for Tundra. As the sound barrier gets invested, they're looking to keep Tundra charged and healthy as best as they can, just allowing the Zarya to push in as much as possible. It's not going to be enough. They're going to regroup with the rest of the team, as now with Dunks back in the fight, the aggression starts over, but the longer these fights go on, the least effective Tundra becomes. Mortality field released early. We see the pick come in onto Zidster with the main tank out of the fight. That might be enough. Norman coming in now on the Ash, shoots out the tire. Thunder almost getting sent over the side with that immense amount of charge. Oh no! Primo able to find the pick onto Chrissy. The Graviton Surge comes out, takes advance down, but the Shatter keeps everyone back from Garnet, and Luke is just flailing arrows trying to keep them back. 40 seconds remaining on the clock, and even though James goes down, swapping over to the Doomfist, it looks like this is a fight for their lives.
They're not going to be able to keep this. Jack Luke's coming up huge, though. The headshots, they just rain in. Unbelievable.
It was just absolutely... I'm not for certain what the desperation push there at the end was. Regrouping with the team probably would have been the better option.
Yeah, I really wish we had, again, I hate to call it out, but like that sound barrier we really wanted, but the ultimate usage from the Sabres has just looked better.
All right, well, we see the tire come out, gets nothing, but Luke's bow and arrow, as we see the Dragons cleaning it up. Luke just sitting there in the corner, ringing out the team kill for the Marion Sabres as they go ahead and lock down Objective Charlie at the 65-meter mark.
Something for Ottawa is just falling short. The communication's not quite there. We're committing ultimates and we're making decisions that don't really seem like great ideas. We're just letting Hanzo's free fire from a side flank. Like, someone's got to call that out. Someone's got to know. I know you're a brawl comp. I know you got to stay together. But at some point, someone has to say, "Hey, Hanzo's just picking us off. We've already taken it. Can someone please deal with it?" We're kind of just letting things go, and that's been the kind of crux of Ottawa's problems lately. Is they're just kind of making these small errors and small mistakes that could be easily fixed. They're getting punished and run on, and the Sabres are taking advantage of it. But the trap's on the other foot here, because Ottawa is going to open up with their own Junkrat, and I don't see why not. It worked pretty well for the most part. We only got out of it because of that last minute hold. And even then, I think we kind of would have rather have had, we kind of might have wanted to keep that Junkrat anyways. It's really tough to tell, but I do like this look from Ottawa. It's a big high damage. We're going to try to prevent that from running into us. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Sabres are looking, I like the adaptation, like a little less healing from the Brig that we're eyeing over, but I do think that that's not a bad take if the concern is there a Tracer coming at us? Is there something there? So they may come back to that. Serial may come back to that, but it's pretty bog standard for the Sabres. They know they want to run this Cassidy May, and I don't think it's a bad take.
No, and I mean, it's definitely the better option here that CC will always end up beating out the damage if used properly. Let's see how they go ahead and utilize that. But already with the pick coming in from Supreme onto Sariel, that's going to make things a little difficult to push in. And Norman's in the back line with the Hellfire shotguns, taking down Zidster. That's going to go ahead and shut down this push as soon as it started and shaving off 30 seconds.
It's 30 seconds off, but I think the other part of the problem is just that this is a fight of attrition. This is who can hold on to their immortality field the longest, and Garnet was just so willing to put it out. They saw the correct play, which was we saw our Rhine get walled, we have to commit Lamp, but that's kind of the first start of this trickle down problem. Is like if you could lose your immortality field sooner, you're just going to lose the fight. You lose your sustain. You can't let that happen.
That's
Dunks,
true, though. But Dunk's a little bit out of position. But here comes the tire to look if they can turn the tide. The Deadeye does find Tundra after the D-Mac. And the trades keep coming in with advance down as well. That puts them in a little bit of a better position. But the ticks are already clicking up for the Sabres as the trades continue to come in. Blizzard invested from Luke to go ahead and see if they can keep them off of this objective. But it doesn't look like it's going to be successful just yet. Shatter and Amp Matrix also invested. The Sabres want to keep them away from this choke as much as possible. 450 now on the clock as Objective Alpha's captured. And we see the Sabres take to the streets.
I'm not sure if we wanted to commit everything there. We sent quite literally everything in the kitchen sink there. They're going to try to find this last stagger out. But the other ultimates are coming back out. We're forcing ultimates, and that's great if you're the Sabres. Like, you're fine. You bought some space. You pulled out a couple ultimates. I think that's kind of net win here.
Yeah, I mean, at the end, they're looking to retake this choke point, and it will work out successfully for Ottawa. But as you said, the investment of those ultimates giving up, but there are others coming online. Let's see what they can do with them.
Yeah, there is still that Death Blossom in. There's a self-destruct. There's a lot coming in for Garnet. So by the time we get through all this poking, there'll be 3 to 4 online. And Primo has to figure out what to use the Sound Barrier on. It's probably going to be the Death Blossom. So timing's right, and Ottawa Garnet gets a free hold.
All right, as we go ahead and see the Maywall coming up, looking for that rotation. The Sound Barrier comes in from Chrissy Boy. Self-destruct and Blossom all being invested, and the only value is Luke going down in the D-Mech. It is still a 5v6 fight right now. Make it 5v5 as Supreme goes down. They're having a hard time holding it all together, but the trades are trying to come in, trying to hold this line at this choke point with their Rhine out of the fight. It makes it so difficult, and the spawn point's right there. The Shatter comes out from Zidster, clearing the way for them to continue to hold it all together. But Dunks, as much as they want to be able to dunk onto Zidster, they've got the support of their entire team behind them. Going to get chased down, and the streets are clear.
It turns out they were the one to be dunked on, but there's still going to be a recontest here before B. A couple ultimates. We're going to see the Sim too, probably just to try to get everybody back for this contest. It's a lot more damage too, but the real question is what happens with this tire and this Shatter, because Shatter tire can be huge if they can make it successful here.
Yeah, they got to just lay everybody out on the ground, but they're already noticing that James is up above, dropping down with the Deadeye. Shatter comes in and shuts it right on down. Dunks coming in, flailing as best as they can. Norman sending out the turrets, able to find one. Self-destruct pushing them back as well as the Dragon Strike. It finds 4, finds 5 with the Storm Arrow. And that's a clear of the objective. The tire does find 2, but the point's already captured.
We've hit the same problem again, though, Jack. We're still not keeping an eye on these Hanzos. We're letting Luke just kind of do whatever. And I know it's hard. I know you're looking and thinking this is a death ball. Everybody should be there. You got to know everybody. And this is so much to keep track of, but you got to be able to keep track of where this Hanzo is, because Luke's just gotten so much value from that. Who even knows why, though?
Yeah, I mean, to the point that they're even hiding from us, it's making us hard to keep track of them as well, so I can only imagine what Garnet's dealing with trying to hold this line. So we head into final fight territory. Norman, the only one that's able to get close to touch. Tundra now onto the objective, but only to just get absolutely shredded by the rest of the team. Dunks doesn't even get a chance to roll out like they would like. The beat invested from Chrissy Boy to try to hold it all together. Zidster does go down. from Java. So this might be the recontest they need, but Chrissy ends up going down as well. Java trying to hold it all together, but finds the end of the Peacekeeper. Norman able to take James out of that fight. Double self-destructs on the field. No. Finds Dunks. Norman gets re-mech right on, and Tundra out of their mech as well. It's going to be hard for them to hold it all together, and that's it. The Sabres sink their teeth in one more time, taking it 2-0 as we head into halftime during Nationals Day 1.
Oh my goodness. Remech was a mistake, Jack. Remech should not. All right, this has got to be that dragon. So let's see where this came from. Was it just straight in the back line? It was. Yeah. Okay, so it was right in front of him. There's no excuse. So there's no excuse. Got it. Okay, just checking to make sure. But good storm arrows to follow that up to. Yeah, like that was just straight in front of them. Come on. It was like at some point you have to know that. Like that's what I mean when I talk about keeping an eye on this. I understand we're playing death ball comps. We're looking and we're thinking, okay, the Rhine is the big particle shield in front of me. But you have to know these things. At this point, you have to be able to keep track of these ultimates. You have to be able to keep an eye on where are these flankers coming from. Hanzo can flank. Hanzo has mobility. And even in that case, even if it's just right in front of you, somebody called that out. Somebody had to call that out, and that's just unfortunate. It was right in front of you. There's got to be, you got to avoid that.
Well, I think the difficult part of that is the fact that they had invested so many of their skills during the fight that they were backing up to try to regroup and recontest. Yeah. And that was just the perfect moment for those dragons to come out. They had nothing in the bank to be able to hold it all together. And right now, Ottawa, very much like that Dragon Strike was, they are now on the back foot. Hopefully not to fall into despair in these nationals on day 1 of competition. So we're going to send it to a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if the reverse sweep is possible or if the Sabres will go ahead and ride off into their next match.
I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
And welcome back, Overwatch fans, to day one of the NECC Nationals. As we go ahead and head back into our matchup versus Marian University versus the University of Ottawa. Right now, Ottawa having a little bit of a difficult time, so I'm not for certain what they can really do to turn this around based on how they've been playing.
I mean, it's basically anything you got at this point, and maybe throw a couple curveballs. And speaking of curveballs, we're going to Junkertown, so that's a pretty big curveball, because I don't know that I would have picked that, but I think they're doing it. Stay with me on this. They still think they can win the Brawl Mirror, is my take. So I think what they think they're doing is trying to avoid high grounds as best as they can, or get to a point where they can play a double shield comp that maybe can outlast this. And I think that's their goal. But if this is their goal, I'm not sure about it. But I think it's a good shot to do so. It forces a lot of changes up. You can run the Brawl, but you have to be aggressive. You have to be playing with it. Or you just play these long sight lines, and I kind of hope that's what they do instead, and they take just the polar opposite and kind of go more pokey, bunkery instead. But whatever they have to do, it has to come up big, Jack, because otherwise they go to the bottom for this round segment, and you don't want to do that. That's not a good look going into day two.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the longer trek, it does make things a little bit more difficult. I mean, thankfully you get that second chance to do so, but you'd rather be able to take the easier route in this higher aspect of competition. So hopefully we'll see the brooms come out as we go ahead and prepare to head into I'm sorry, we're heading into oh, sorry. It's a little thing.
A plus for effort.
Acts up every time we go into Junkertown. I don't know what it is, but nevertheless, as you were saying, I do agree with the aspect that you're looking at, and thinking about the overall layout of Junkertown as well. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe the strategy is, excuse me, to instead switch up to the poke. Go a little double shield, maybe try a double sniper, try to poke out the damage, because obviously they're having a difficult time meeting them in the rush v rush. But I don't know if that's the answer either. You're definitely going to need something that's a little bit more long distance in this first area of Junkertown. After that, things get a little wibbly wobbly, timey wimey. So we'll have to see what comes out the gate and analyze from there.
My concern though, Jack, is that you've already seen Luke. Luke just absolutely ran most of King's Row playing Hanzo and put in some absolute work. You've kind of already shown that you're struggling to keep an eye on the Hanzo and to prevent whatever you need to, whether it because you're giving away these immortality fields early or whatever. Like, you've seen a very effective Hanzo coming out. So if that is your play, I might second guess that, but instead they are gonna look to play this. They're gonna play the Hanzo soldier, and I think that's fine. If we're not quite at the point where Widows mechanically are just gonna click heads, considering the division we're in, so that's fine. Soldier's incredibly fine, and this backline supports that very well. But the Sabres want to play a dive comp, and I think that's pretty fair. You might struggle a little bit with that, but the Reaper's gonna put in a lot of work here, so this close hold will work for the Sabres here.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how the utilization of this dive works on the defense, and so far it's paying off in dividends. Advanced in Luke already zooming on in. Norman is able to get that trade though onto James, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The single pick is going to send a majority of Garnet back to spawn. It looks like Marion decided to grab their pickaxes so they could finally take this Garnet where it belongs.
Yeah. No, the answer to your question there was it worked very well. They cleared all 6, only losing 1, and the Reaper will be back soon. But usually you can kind of get those plays once before you have a problem, and those Hanzo arrows are going to put in a bunch of work just to chip away. So this dive is going to be a little bit more of a struggle, especially with just one ultimate on board.
That is true. Coalescence Array coming out from Sariel as they go ahead and push in aggressively. The Storm Arrow does find Zidster once again, and Dunce is able to get a pick on it as well, investing the bongos. And,
okay.
That might be a little too much.
Yeah, again, I keep stressing this, and I wish they could hear me. I'm sure this will get caught in the feed, but again, we're overcommitting ultimates. We're committing ultimates where we think we need to, or just feel like the fight's not over, but we're committing them into either lost fights or fights that are done, and that's going to pay off. You're going to want those back later. Granted, you gave up the Hanzo anyways to go to Tracer, but you're going to want Supercharger later. That's going to be way more important later.
That's true. Well, we got the Sky Noon coming out, even with the Amp Matrix in tow. Doesn't find any individual picks itself, but the damage is so much that it's an easy cleanup and first objective. Team kill as they go ahead and head into Objective Alpha. 4:30 now on the clock.
When Ottawa looks good, when they're playing at their peak, when they're using their ult combos, when they're timing, they look great. They look like an incredible team. I can see why you would struggle against this team. When they're having a rough spot, when they're just put on the back foot, they're struggling though. And now that the Sabres are starting to get some more things online, they have Sound Barrier, they'll have Self-Destruct, Primal, they'll have these tools now. It's gonna come to a halt here. The question is, how much of these utilities are gonna take?
All right, well, you see the dive coming in once again, looking for those initial picks. And with the Brigitte going down, Chrissy sent back to spawn already. Both supports sent back to spawn. That's pretty much going to be it. And this point is a lot harder to be able to move into with the double shield than you would think. With Ore a minute off of that clock and the Coalescence used up, it's now just ultimate economy being rounded out.
Yeah, and a couple swaps to make this more anti-dive is probably what it's going to take. It'll take a little bit of time. We'll lose some time here. The question is, what ultimates can they pull out to buy them some space? Because there's already an immortality field out, and that's it. James is just done. At Pulse Bomb 2, the second the immortality field came out, it was done. We were done. It was back to spawn. Go again.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised because, the standard in competition is that the Divas always got their head on a swivel, and not seeing that Blossom eaten at that point, it might have just been because they were trying to absorb as much damage before that even rang out, is going to make this so much more difficult We see Zidster and the rest of the Sabres continuing to invest on this high ground. At least Advance goes down. Self-destruct not finding the value that is needed, but we're going to see that quick trade come right on in.
Yeah, it's just more cleanup. So the question at this point is, can you build ultimates to go into the next fight? You do have spawns on your side, and we'll commit windows into this. Like, again, you probably could have used it here. You might have needed it to just keep this rolling, but you might have wanted it for later too.
Dang. Yeah, you hate when they're so close and then you have to reload. It's definitely not
common problems.
Exactly. You know, those first world Overwatch problems. Not enough bullets in the clip. As we go ahead.
But now with this forward position though, they're in a good spot. It's going to be one more contest before this. So 2 minutes, one more contest, a couple ultimates coming into. These have to be big though.
All right, the Coalescence out once again, going to allow the rest of the team to get aggressive. Zidster coming in, juggling all over the place. The Blossom on point from Norman doesn't find nearly the value that they wished it would, as we see Zidster now out of Primal Rage form, heading back to the objective. Oh, the remake kill on to Chrissy. You hate to see it. The self-destruct finds nothing but bubble from Tundra, but finds James on the remake. I mean, why invest self-destructs anymore? Diva's ultimate might as well just be the remake at this point.
Yeah, remake is the real playmaker here. We're not worried about self-destructs. That's just the setup, and the late stagger will come through. They actually let her get into mech. That's unfortunate. She will get out there. The Diva's back. Will commit force the pulse on, but it's eaten too. Wow. This is tragic. This is a mistake, Jack. Everything's going sideways now.
Ottawa is definitely in the position to take control, but they gotta utilize it now as we see the rotation come out. Blossom in the back line finds Java and that supercharger. Whether it's going to be enough for them to be able to hold on, the question remains. Shield grabs the self-destructs. They're not going to have to worry about that, but they don't have much of a barrier to hold on to, and Luke is coming incredibly close to that pulse bomb. Once again, it's a battle of Norman and Luke in the back line as we see Chrissy Boy on the objective, the swinging that flail every which way but Sunday. Going to see a little bit of a stagger here from James to try to hold it all together. The pulse bomb finds purchase on Dunks, but doesn't get the finalization, and the self-destruct finally clears the objective. The Feed Fest still coming in to shave that time off, gets them down to 15 seconds remaining on the clock as we head into the bunker.
Yeah, the Sabres played a little too much with their food there, got punished when they let the Diva remech. You needed to kind of clean that up. I know you wanted to try to stall out some time, but there's a point where you just got to clean it up and let that go, and now they're regretting it. So now they have to kind of work their way through. Ottawa's looking in a great position to finish, or at least get it around the curve, and both DPS ultimates mean that they just have to keep them looking to get some value.
As we go ahead and see the rotation. Wow, a very interesting rotation. Underground all the way up top.
Checks out.
As we go ahead and see them take over control of the cart. And now we're seeing the Blossom come out. Most of it gets eaten, but Norman still finds the supports to be able to go ahead and keep this payload moving as they go ahead and shave off the remaining members of the Sabres. 45 seconds on the clock. Oh! Primal Rage invested to try to throw them off point. Going to keep things going in the favor of the Sabres as they lock down the objective in their favor.
Yeah, all that wasn't enough, though. They committed so much. Again, these losing fights, these fights that should have been done sooner, Ottawa continues to invest into. There needs to be a little bit more discipline from them just to keep themselves into this. And again, they're still trying to run this Orisa Diva, this kind of anti-dive comp, but they're still just they're just not getting the value from it. There's not enough there. And with just that one ultimate, I don't think it'll be enough, Jack.
Oh, no! And the pulse bomb to start things off. The Blossom
That's it.
There as well. That is it. The timer's going to tick down. It would be a stagger fight at this point, regardless. The 35-meter mark here on Objective Charlie is going to be a rough hold here for Garnet to be able to keep the Sabres out of this objective. But with that wide open area, it may be possible, depending on what they come out of the gate with.
This is Junkertown. Nothing is impossible. So
You
all it
right?
takes is a good long forward hold, just some great picks, and something and some magic, maybe some prayers, as it were. I don't know, whatever you need to do to make it work. But at this point, you got to come up with something, because otherwise you're going home. No one wants to go home. It's a long trek from Australia, and you don't need that. But I do think that, to Garnett's credit, they got it pretty far, all things considered, right? Like, they got it really far. It could have been a full hold initially. They could have gotten held up way longer. You kind of also have to send a thank you card to the Sabres, because if they hadn't been playing around a little too much with that diva, maybe you wouldn't have broken through. There's a lot of factors here that kind of play in their favor. So the Sabres are coming out on dive. You got your anti-dive coming out. Let's see what you can do to prevent them from continuing to run on this, because Zidster continues to find value on this Winston to go unpunished. Serial continues to eventually get punished on this Moira. It is hard to punish the Moira, but you do need to kind of isolate these supports a little bit better. You need to find a target and focus it out, and right now I'm not seeing that from Ottawa, and it's just these small mistakes that have been punishing him the whole way through.
That's absolutely true. I'm a little surprised looking at the DPS line of Garnett, as Norman is coming out on the Ash. I mean, I know that dynamite can get quite a bit of value, but with the way that this dive has been working, you'd think they'd go with something. I mean, there's nothing wrong, there's nothing bad about going Bastion, folks. I know that everybody has their pride, but sometimes you just got to mow people down. So
I mean, if there was a close hold, I would agree, but look at how much space they got for free, Jack.
yeah, I don't even know why they gave up that much space, and the res tries to come in, but it just gets melted down by Luke. I don't know why they would give it out to this open area and just allow them through, but nevertheless, it's just an open gateway for the Sabres to go ahead and mosey on through to Objective Alpha.
What was the decision there? Were you trying to bait them into an area where you're like, I get it, you're trying to play to the open area, maybe you can have your crossfires on this dive, but like, you gave up so much space. I could have put 3 houses in the space you gave them. Like, I could have housed several people in the amount of space you gave them. That's so many meters. Like, man, I just don't know, Jack. It blows my mind.
Yeah, it's kind of blowing my mind too. And with this being their last opportunity to stay in the upper bracket, they really got to start thinking out this strategy. And the picks are just continuing to come in for Marian University. They're holding well regardless of the chaos and indecisiveness that seems to be coming out of Ottawa. That's going to be Objective Alpha with a little bit more time than they had. Let's hope Objective Bravo's a little bit easier for them.
I mean, they're set up on this high ground, but Luke is already there. They haven't spotted him. Oh, please check the flank angle. We'll get a little pressure on there. But that's been the thing, right? Is like they've set their foot down. They've tried to set up these bunkers, but it's just not been bunkery enough. But that pick onto Luke is a great opening starter to this.
Absolutely. I definitely would have loved to see a little bit, as you were saying, a little bit more bunkery of a position, the rotation out of the line of sight of the Deadeye. As we see Norman, unfortunately, not able to get that finalization onto James. Takes him down real low, though. They're going to be able to take control of the objective. But this rotation may prove deadly if they're not paying attention. Oh,
the dramatic pause.
Again. I think it's Tundra again, seeing them stand still during this rotation. And they have self-destruct on line 2.
That is also the only thing they have for the side of that team, because there's 5 on the opposite. So that would have to be, this has to be huge. This has to be something that takes out several players and prevents them from using their ultimates. Otherwise, it's just going to keep crumbling. And they've been struggling here. They've been struggling. They can't get their foot into the ground. No matter how much they dig all of their hooves into the ground with the Sarissa, they just can't get a footing to keep themselves stable.
Yeah, things are looking really rough for them as their backs are against the wall. So keep popping off in the chat, folks. Hopefully things will turn around. We see the bongos now coming out for Dunks, trying to provide a little bit more amplified damage. No. And there's James in the back line, the dance of death with the Death Blossom. But the self-destruct finds the supports. It might be enough to hold it all together. But remember, spawn advantage is in favor of the Sabres right now as they continue to hold on. Chrissy at least able to keep it for a little bit longer, but the streets are cleared.
Yeah, we're giving up. We're going to play their game now, and I'm not sure if that's a good idea. this has been a tough. The Sabres are clearly good at this dive. They clearly know what they're doing. They've outmatched you. You've tried to beat them in the double shield, which is kind of like the rock paper scissors equivalent here. But you've tried it at their own game, so I hope this works out in their favor.
All right, as we go ahead and see the Blossom coming out from Norman, doesn't find the value that they were looking for, except for pushing him back and using up that DM. But the cleanup is fast and fierce. They're able to go ahead and push back the Sabres right now. It's looking good. Self-destruct goes high, finds Chrissy.
Finds one.
But it's not going to be enough for them to be able to turn that tide. And now with it being in favor of Garnet to hold this objective, Sabres are going to have to have a definitive strike.
Yeah, but they've spent most of their gas in their tank now. No ultimates, nothing really online. It's going to take a lot of poke to get anything. And Supreme, who has moved down, I think we've seen Supreme on pretty much everything now. But Supreme moved over to Flex, who moved over to support there, does have that Coalescence, and a couple more ultimates are in the bag for Garnet. If they can continue to hold this and they can force a map 4, as long as they play this well.
And the Coalescence coming out is just going to open the gates, just like we've seen from the side of the Sabres thus far. That Coalescence just is deadly. Norman with another Blossom, releasing it out. Probably wasn't needed, but a little flourish at the end of that. 2 minutes remain.
Yeah, I'm again, like, what, maybe you needed that. You really didn't. I don't hate it, but I do think that of the tools you had available, I would rather seen the Pulse Bomb. You're going to get more value out of that Death Blossom in like a bigger context versus Pulse Bomb if you play well. But the Sombra from Luke coming in is going to be a bit of a difference maker now that we've made some adaptations. It's a little bit behind. There's no EMP, like there's going to be a fight or two before EMP, but this can make enough difference on its own.
That's if they don't get scouted out, and we're seeing it already. Zidster trying to move in, has that Primal Rage online. Coalescence now utilized from Serial, and the Blossom showing anything you can do, we can do better. As we go ahead and see the Sabres clean up that objective. I hear the cringe in your voice, so as we push into Objective Bravo, it's only 35 meters that separates victory and defeat for Garnet.
No, the cringe wasn't from you. Don't worry. The cringe was just we were looking so good for Ottawa. We were holding strong, and it's just again small mistakes and just things we're not aware of. Just cause the downfall. And with EMP online, this is it. This is looking like the end. The counter self-destruct has to be big for this, and you have to protect Chrissy. You have to keep Chrissy protected. We're gonna commit it early. Great timing, though. Great timing.
The EMP comes in, finds 4, and the beat is invested to hold it all together. Self-destructs on both sides.
Oh no, worst case.
Advance clears the field, and that is it. Marion University move on to the next round of nationals as we go ahead and see Ottawa relegated to the lower bracket.
That was just simply worst case scenario. You sent the sound barrier, most of it got deleted. You bombed, you self-destructed second. It didn't pay off. Oh goodness. I mean, it was just the unfortunateness of all these kind of bad decisions. Again, Ottawa has just kind of been punished by their decisions throughout most of these matches. It's the smallest things, but at this division, small mistakes add up, and it's giving away an ultimate. It's giving away the timing. It's using a lamp too early. It's the small things that add up, and unfortunately, the game says 3-0, but it really wasn't that bad. Like, it really wasn't that bad. It was really closer than that looked.
Yeah, and I mean, at this level of play, that's really what it comes down to. Those minute changes can really complete everything. Checking corners,
100%.
Keeping that, head on a swivel just a little bit to make sure that you know where those flanks are coming from makes all the difference in gameplay like this. We're going to go ahead and head to a quick break. When we come back, our next matchup here in the Nationals Day 1.
I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits. And all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing. And everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other and admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change, but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall you came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. in a different role.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine. Before all that you put me through, I knew that you were trouble, but I let that you were bad. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there. I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they set for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out.
miles away. I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. action. Drop the clutch, pedal to the floor. Turn that kitty pot into a lion's roar. Dream machine, racing queen. I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's blow this town, break the speed of sound. Tonight we own the road. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Red on the highway, blue lights flashing behind me. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Red on the highway, blue lights flashing behind me. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Started as a whisper, message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly Where you feel, yeah. Where you know, where you touch, where you feel, yeah.
Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. Let me in. I want real love, real hearts. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. So wait for you.
need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
One touch from you, and I was hooked. And like an addict, I can't get enough. Can't be away, take me away. You're on the hunt, I'll be your prey. I'll be your prey. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Gotta get a handle on me, discipline me. Nobody else but you, baby. Give me your love, baby. Lock me up, chain me. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Just lock me in your chains. Lock me in your Give me your love, baby. Lock me up, chain me. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. I've been bad. I need someone to give me demands. So take me away, have your way. You're on the hunt, I'll be your prey. I'll be your prey. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Gotta get a handle on me and discipline me. Nobody else but you, baby. Give me your love, baby. Lock me up, chain me. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Just lock me in your
I'm here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, I'm feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learn to hate. holding on. I know I'm, oh, I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow when it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. And this booze, this cigarette's trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. And this booze, this cigarette's trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December.
feelings. It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out into my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time
Fall into you. I found the rain dripping down your eyes when I'm not around. I found myself, but I fall into your lies all again. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Let me feel it again. Let me feel it. Fall into you. When I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits and all the drive that I have. Well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing and everything that I dread. Well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall.
All right, and after a slight delay here, we are ready at the buzzer. Both teams made it in time. I'm Alt Charge, happy to be joined this time by Captain Jack, and we're going up to the Champions Division. We've got some high octane NECC Nationals action. And Jack, are you ready for the contest?
Oh, I am absolutely ready, Old Church. Looking at these two teams, it's going to be an interesting clash, that's for sure. We see the teams that we'll be looking at are the Southern Illinois Cougars versus the Milwaukee School of Engineering Black. Both of these teams had a little bit of a rough season, both joining at the beginning of the spring session. The Cougars coming out 7-2, placing third and fourth in the spring series, where Milwaukee Black having a little bit more difficulty, ended up going 3-6, placing between fifth and eighth for their placement for the spring series. So really, Milwaukee's got some walking to do. They're the underdogs in this situation, but based on what we could possibly see going into this matchup, which we're going to be starting off on Oasis, it seems. But let's go ahead and take a quick look at the team, starting off with the Southern Illinois Cougars. Looking at the lineup right here, we got some, or it looks like we still got information from our previous match still on there. So we'll go ahead and get that updated for you all shortly. But running through the names, you can already see in the chat, a lot of people have been shouting out Reverb as one of the big players to be watching, DPS player for the side of Southern Illinois. I'm also looking at that tank line, Kurzak and Pyrocat are definitely people that I've got my eyes on.
Yeah, I mean, Just looking at chat, I'm going to be watching Reverb the entire game long here, but I want to point something out first. We really got to keep our eye on MSOE Black. I know their record is negative, and in the Nationals, that is very unexpected of a team, but they got all of their
Yeah.
wins in the regular season at the latter half. They really started to come
Mhm.
alive as a squad in like the last 4 weeks of the season, so something started to click. Maybe it was coaching, maybe it was players grinding rank together, but this team is on top of their game. They've played the best Overwatch they have all year long in like the
Mhm.
biggest moments, and they love that everyone thinks they're an underdog because they're here to compete. We've had 2 sweeps on the stream tonight. I'm hoping this one is a little bit different, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely would love to see a match that's a lot closer, but typically this early in the playoffs, it can be a little bit of three Overwatch. It's unfortunate to see, but this is where we see kind of the wheat getting cut from the chaff, so to speak. Those that have been practicing and have that hard desire to make their way through nationals, taking the easy route through the winners division, or through the winners bracket rather, is are going to be showing up in full force during the next couple days of competition. But I agree, I would love to see some a little bit more closer matches if at all possible. Hopefully people won't be having to unleash all of their strategies for this first day of competition.
It'd be nice if you could hide some strategies. And speaking of hiding strategies, I'm not sure how much these teams are going to be giving away because we're playing a map I haven't seen competed on in some time. First up
Hmm.
on deck in our best of five, we're going to be going over to Oasis. Really have not spectated an NECC matchup here in quite some time. I think it's probably been since week 7 of the regular season since I saw teams choose to play here. And it wasn't because they were choosing to, it was because it was in the map pool. But here, by
Hmm.
choice, we're going to Oasis, and we actually do have our lineups on screen now, and this is Southern Illinois Cougars. We've got Reverb, like we said, Nibley as well. They're going to be on support. Lucky Owl's in here, support duoing alongside Nibley, Pyrocat, Kurzak, and Enforcer to round out that roster. And then, Jack, who do we have over for MSOE Black?
Coming in for the Raiders, we're looking at Pasa coming in on that DPS line along with Ramraz. Looking at Porgy filling out the flex support role for today with Aiden Hulk filling that main support role, and then Shrill and Dragon, that tank duo, looking to lead the way into possible victory for today's match. Like we mentioned, first choice on the docket, Oasis. Definitely not the standard first map that we see for Control. So it's really got me kind of shaking my head, old charge, that I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of like an aggressive dive composition coming out from one or both of these teams, because Oasis is a very, especially City Center, is a very dive oriented map. So I can't think of any other reason to pick that over something like Ilios or Busan, or even Lijiang Tower, which is a hugely popular map for many to start off on, where compositions are a little bit more straightforward from map to map. Oasis can be a little kooky sometimes, depending on which one you get first and what teams are comfortable on.
Yeah, it can be a little bit kooky. I feel like a lot of this map is relatively straightforward. Gardens, of course, very heavy dive. This map that we're looking at right now with the spicy B-roll, if teams are really controlling the high ground, then you've got to go dive to answer it. But this is another map where you can counter those dive comps very well with a pretty refined double shield as long as your backline is stable. So we are seeing dive on the side of Southern Illinois Cougars. And then on the side of MSOE, we are seeing a little bit of a rush down comp. Ramraz going to be locking in on the legs, trying to control the high ground and lace the lead down, but Asa Shrill and Aiden Hulk will be just rushing down the front line. So this could be chaotic right from the get. Here's Zach actually switched over to the Reinhardt before exiting the spawn. This is going to be a brawl versus brawl, and right off the rip, it's going to be a battle for the high ground. It is going to be the Cougars getting there first, but MSOE not lagging far behind. They step right up to the doorway, and the Rhines are already clashing. Kirzak fell awfully low, and he will go down to the hammer swings, coupled with the damage from Dragon, and then going for the flank is Pasa here. Immortality Field is out. Nobody stands a chance dueling the DPS, but the damage has already been done. MSOE wins the first fight of Oasis.
Yeah, it's just really coming down to the extra damage output that Pasa has over Reverb at this moment. Yes, the Hanzo can be a great shield break, but I mean, those Hellfire shotguns pump out a lot of damage, and it doesn't take that bowstring pull to keep it going. And we're seeing kind of a spawn hold going on right now from MSOE.
Yeah, this is opening round shenanigans here from MSOE Black. Just set the tone, send a message, and get right up to the enemy gate. Southern Illinois, though, quickly rotate around, but now they have to deal with the engineers up on the high ground, posing a massive threat. One jumps down. It's going to be Dragon here, just contesting the objective as these two teams feel each other out. Right now, it looks like the Cougars don't really have much in terms of pressure to mount, but they do send a Dragon Strike to the high ground, and that clears the engineers off. They've all fallen down now, but ultimates are ready to go. That Death Blossom from Pasa, it finds 2, it finds 3 before he goes down. Once again, the damage is done for the engineers, and they come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, it was very interesting. I was kind of wondering what Southern Illinois was waiting for in that moment. I know the Amp Matrix was out on the high ground, but I'm surprised they didn't rotate to the MSOE side and take the high ground that way. It would totally cut off line of sight from that amplification matrix, and they wouldn't have just been sitting ducks waiting for them to come onto the low ground. Self-destruct to start things off as they go ahead and move into the high ground and see if they can take it.
There's going to be Shrill here, pinning Kirzak all the way back into spawn as he loses his life, and no barrier to block the shatter. Shrill lays it down, but he did trade his life for it. They have to collapse here into the back line, but those elims easily taken after that stun by Shrill laid down 4. And the engineers, they're already in final fight territory. The SIUE Cougars are scrapping to get back to the point, and Jack, I'm not sure they make it in time, but one is sneaking around. That's Enforcer down there.
Yeah, Enforcer's just going to be sticking close to point to get that overtime clock ticking. And thankfully, we're seeing some swaps coming over, Reverb going over to the Tracer, but immediately with the pick coming in from Shrill, that's taking a lot of your damage off of the table as they go ahead and rotate into this objective. Pasa with a Blossom out again, cleans up the field, and that's going to be it. MSOE Black looking to make a statement as they go ahead and lock it down here in the Gardens.
And Jack, this is what I was talking about. Despite their record of 3-6 in the regular season, this team came to bang in Nationals. They are really playing their best Overwatch of the year, and it showed right there. They just made a statement against a very good, very capable Cougar squad to open up this Oasis round. And if they do it here and sweep Oasis 2-0, well, then I don't know what the story is going forward, because this team should not be the Titan they are in the playoffs, but they are proving everyone wrong.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that I always enjoy about teams that are kind of hiding their true strength during the playoffs. They'll hold on until the very last minute, do the bare minimum to get into the playoffs, and then just prove everybody wrong and just show that they were kind of, I wouldn't say memeing it, but just, holding a little bit back until it really counted.
Absolutely. MSOE right now holding a little bit back here. They're not choosing to take the fight up on the high ground. Instead, just posturing on the low ground, maybe saving some resources, not poking any of the angles that Enforcer is trying to take up there on the Cole Cassidy. And opening pick here, or opening capture, sorry, it's going to be pretty well contested. The Cougars might choose to hang on this high ground for a while, but no, they do drop down. They do contest. Lucky Owl left lingering. Kirzak goes down. Dragon able to dive in and swoop away with the elimination onto the main tank, but it trades out with Pasa's life as Reverb wins the Reaper duel. It is a 5 versus 5 here. MSOE, they've got the Amp Matrix to use. I'm not sure they need it, though, as they've dealt with both of the tanks in this fight, and now the damage is free.
Yeah, that is a beautiful cleanup coming in there from MSOE Black. Even without taking the high ground, that's kind of the most, you would think that'd be the most important part of the university map, and it can be, but you really got to have that point presence as well. And now we're seeing a return that we saw onto the Gardens. They're going to be pushing the bookshelves and seeing if they can take the Cougars back to school.
We'll see if they get the job done here. Corgi actually opens up with the elim there. The Cougars still just have not found their footing in this game, Jack. In this fight, quickly spilling back into the spawn gates, and this is the second time the Engineers have been right up on the doorstep of SIUE.
I mean, I tell you what, if anybody's got their tool belts ready and raring to go, it is indeed the Engineers right now. MSOE is just putting on an absolute clinic, and it is looking so flawless. But an opportunity presents itself for the Cougars with Pyrocat out of mech, at least for the next few moments. They might be able to find an opening.
Oh, Shrill! No! Oh, his plan is foiled. The shield in the way, the stuns are there. The main tank for the Engineers is gone. And now into the back line, spill the Cougar DPS dealers. And this is going to start spilling out, hopefully in the Cougars' favor. They need a capture here and build some momentum in this match, and I think they've just done it.
Yeah, I feel like they could have made up the difference of Pyrocat not being in mech yet, but Kurzak getting a little cheeky there, trying to get that backline shatter to open it up. Definitely left them incredibly vulnerable for this next fight. Now it's going to be all about crowd control. Ultimate's coming up on either side. Let's see what opens it up.
And we'll see how MSOE respond to having the objective taken away from them for the first time as they re-enter the mix here. Having to use that Immortality Field early is Corgi, but throws in that Immortality Field. That Ant Matrix, and they try to scorch someone with a Fire Strike. It doesn't quite work, but Shrill able to hammer away Reverb. Another Fire Strike sent through the window. That one doesn't find the mark, but the Visor does not miss, and Enforcer goes down. MSOE looking so strong to this point. The pin connects onto Kurzak, the Blossom in the back line, and this fight is a wipe. MSOE sweep it away from the Cougars.
Yeah, I'm thinking that they're probably going to want that Blossom back. That was kind of I would say a bit of an overinvestment. MSOE had so much walking into this, and this might hopefully not be foreshadowing, similar to what we saw in our previous match today on stream. That overinvestment can be incredibly costly if you're not prepared.
It was definitely an expensive way to retake the point. They probably overpaid for it. Enforcer comes in here with a Deadeye, and that's going to sit down Aiden Hulk. He is killed, but the slam in the backline lands on 4. They're only able to get one of the kills, though. Trying to recover and stabilize is MSOE. The self-destruct in the front line makes it impossible for Trill to get out alive. And here we have Reverb on the off angle, just trying to spot an arrow and hit the bullseye. Doesn't quite hit the mark there, but the Storm Arrow does damage onto the backline. Enforcer, in the meantime, steps up with the kill onto the Baby Diva in Dragon. Blocking down the front line with Reverb on the side, but Reverb loses the duel to Aiden, bouncing around on the Lucio, dueling out the damage dealers. Here, Enforcer just trying to make a stand, has to be aware of his back, though, and coming in is Pasa, sitting down the Cole Cassidy, and now it is desperation time for the Cougars.
Oh my goodness. I'm actually incredibly shocked. I was thinking that stagger coming in from MSOE was going to end up being incredibly costly, especially after once the remainder of the team had gotten back into play. Aiden Holt getting taken out at the end of that fight, especially with having the sound barrier online. But they were able to retake control, ended up putting the stagger onto the foot of the Cougars, and now they're locked up in the zoo, at least when it comes to Oasis, as we go ahead and see MSOE put their first point on the board.
Yeah, they have stepped on the tail of the Cougars. We're going to see if it claws back or tries to, back into the corner and be a little more of a pacifist, but I would really hope that Southern Illinois is able to respond strong here. Jack, we're going to be heading into Hybrid next. I know we didn't get to see the best look at Southern Illinois, but did you pick up any strengths on them that might actually give away what they could be looking at in terms of a map?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to tell, to be completely honest. It seemed like Southern Illinois was incredibly passive during control, and so it's hard to tell, other than the times that they were able to pick those mistake points that MSOE made with that flank shatter gone awry. But it seems like they're really into the Rhine Diva. I would not be surprised because it's hybrid. Of course, there's only one hybrid map that exists in competition play, or it seems to be, at least for us as casters, and that's Kings Row. I wouldn't be surprised to see us going there, but I would also wonder if maybe another map is more suited for their needs. Based on what we've seen thus far, both teams are pretty stuck on this kind of pseudo rush composition, but maybe take it over to Numbani, get a little bit of dive going on, and see if that kind of trips up MSOE Black. Those opportunities are really kind of up for the taking, and it looks like we surprisingly we're gonna go to a place that we don't see very often in competition, and that's Eichenwald.
And Kings Row was not banned either. Blizzard World was the banned map, maybe trying to throw a
Huh.
curveball because obviously teams in their scrims are probably running Kings Row all the time. So let's throw a little bit of a different look and head over to Germany for map number 2. This is a map that really enables snipers and long range DPS. Even Pharah and Echo can get a lot of playtime here, but it's definitely a very big shakeup from Oasis, especially when you think about just the geometry of point number 2 in particular.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest place that I know personally I love to hold is that bridge. You get pretty much every boop character possible and just send people into oblivion while they're trying to fight through getting it to the other side of that bridge checkpoint. But even in this first point, it's so difficult. It can be incredibly difficult to push through if you don't have the right tools at hand. Some people kind of circumvent that initial checkpoint using like a Symmetra TP to teleport to the side, or utilizing like a Diva Farah or Diva Echo going up over the top of the roofs. If you want to be really squirrely, doing the double concussion mine Junkrat jump to get on the other side and just plow mines from
Only if you're trying
behind.
to make a clip, though.
I don't know. Sometimes it's really interesting to see how those plays come out when when it's not a in the middle of the team immediate rip tire. Just to go ahead and take some attention away. But looking at what we see so far coming out of the gate defensively, we're looking at the double shield, and I'm not against it by any means, but utilizing the Reinhardt over the Arisa is always kind of an interesting aspect to me. I think they're anticipating the rush, and so they want somebody that's going to be able to get brawly and kind of push Shrill back. But based on what I'm seeing so far from either side, if Dragon gets charged up enough, those shields might not be enough to be able to hold MSOE back.
Get a
Uh-oh.
brief pause here. Hopefully, it's very brief. But yeah, to your point, Dragon being on the Zarya here, that gives the offense a heavy ultimate to combo with. But I'm not super sure about the Ryan Zarya here. Point number 1 is pretty flat, pretty straightforward. They could get away with it, but I'm really nervous that they try to stick with this team composition to point number 2 because Eichenwald is one of those maps in Overwatch, and I think of Eichenwald, I think of Blizzard World as pretty much the main two where from points 1 to 2 to 3, it changes so drastically. Comps are suddenly not viable that work so well just a point before, especially when we go from 1 to 2 and then 2 to 3 even. 2, you
Mhm.
think there's the castle, the high grounds. You got to get up there. A mobile comp is fantastic. Snipers really shine. And then you go into point 3 and it is just a hallway of a map to
Mhm.
get through. And you've got to go back to Brawl. So Eichenwald will test your metal. Something that we didn't see much in Oasis was a lot of diversity in comps. Eichenwald is going to show us that.
Yeah, or it could just show that they're smart about their positioning. Using a brawl strategy like that, especially if they're able to keep Dragon at that high charge, could at least, if not take over the high ground, they may not utilize it to the means that they need to, but at least keeping it away from the enemy can also be a boon to how they play this map out. And aggressive teams that take that high ground, especially very early after point alpha capture, can usually change the fight pretty quickly. It's going to be up to the flexibility of the Cougars to see if they can adapt and overcome should MSOE decide to take that route.
Well, we are underway here on Eichenwald. Map number 2 is officially flying. Never mind, I
Uh-oh.
just caster cursed a pause. Never done that in my career, Jack, but there's a first for everything.
Yeah, I mean it always comes to us eventually. There's never telling what could be going on right now. I know that there's some areas around the country that are dealing with storms and power outages. I know that the heat can be doing some things in certain areas of the country as well. So we'll try to work with it as best as we can. But looking at the compositions coming out, I'm a little I'm questioning the pick from Reverb again. We weren't seeing a lot of value out of the Hanzo uh, during uh, during the maps on Oasis. And I mean, Control doesn't allow a whole lot of time to be able to build up huge ultimates like Dragon Strike. I mean, you can definitely get one or two in there usually. But I was finding that it wasn't putting out enough damage. Now you're having to essentially play hit scan. I mean, you've got Enforcer there as well. But something tells me that Pasa is not going to be an easy echo to shoot out of the sky.
No, but there we go. Reverb with the first elimination there. Hanzo definitely one of the streakier DPS in all of Overwatch, but connects with the kill there. The Storm Arrow can definitely buff up some damage, going up against some barriers, really break them down. And here, the Cougars actually take the first fight victory in what has been a very shaky start to our Eichenwald with a couple of pauses, but here we are. The Cougars chew off a minute of the clock.
Well, we'll see how that continues going forward. Whether or not the issues on MSOE's side or SIUE's side is really going to prove how this battle continues to shake out. Go ahead and see this rotation coming in. Asa possibly building up that duplicate for this fight. Could be groundbreaking.
Coming online pretty soon. Speaking of online, Reverb does have that Dragon Strike ready to rip, but first it's going to be the Amp Matrix here. The Fire Strike sent through, but unfortunately does not find the mark. Not going to stop Shrill, though. Tries to barrel on forward, but he is met with a lot of backline presence, and now he's awfully low. Goes down there to Enforcer, but it was a trade as Reverb fell as well. Reverb was able to send that Dragon Strike out, and it looks like it did just enough damage for Enforcer to come in with a Peacekeeper. Hit the shots he needed for the Cougars to come out on top 2 fights in a row, but 1 tick, Jack, was taken.
Hey, and sometimes that's all you need, really. We've seen it time and time again that the harder first point hold can prevail. I hope we are not seeing that already as we hit the 2-minute mark on the clock. A lot of ultimates getting ready to come online. This Graviton Surge, if Ramirez can get up that Dragon Strike, can be a very powerful combo. I wouldn't be surprised seeing Pasa also possibly duplicating Reverb on this Hanzo. See if they can get an early Dragon Strike and then use the other one just for space making.
Yeah, and there won't be a sound barrier either to counter that combo, so it could be incredibly effective, but the Cougars don't really need any combo of their own here. They just continue to barrel up on this choke. In previous fights, they've fallen far back onto the objective, but here, they change their tempo, and it catches MSOE off guard.
Yeah, and that's something that this initial choke can be incredibly powerful about, especially when you have this double shield composition that they've got going on with such a small space for a majority of heroes to have to push through. It makes it difficult to be able to take that additional space without at least getting a couple of picks.
It is ultimate time here as the grab goes in, as does the pin. Kurzak, see you later, buddy. Shrill connects with the charge. Enforcer has to make a hero play here, able to take down Corgi, nimbly able to deal with Aiden Hulk, but Pyrocat falls to the focusing beam. Ramirez, though, trading out, and it is still anyone's game. It looks like MSOE is on top, but they've got one to deal with, and they do. Point number 1 captured, 3 minutes on the clock.
That was incredibly close. The early picks coming in on the supports of MSOE made me really question whether or not that was going to be their objective to take. But thankfully, they were able to pull it through some beautiful positioning there from Pasa. And Dragon and those bubbles really keeping what little was left of Shrill alive. Be able to swing that hammer. Now the goal is going to be taking control of this high ground space. Neither team is swapping right now, but Dragon not having that Graviton Surge online, the placement of this is going to have to be massive. But as we see already coming in, Reverb with the double kill, be able to try to create some space and shut down that amplification matrix. This fight was done long before it started.
Yeah, Corgi tried to do all in his power to keep the team alive as Baptiste. People love to call that Immortality Field an OP cooldown, but you can tell as we get higher in the ranks here in Champions Division, that thing gets melted immediately. The window is so small to save a teammate, and a shatter like that landed by Kurzak is going to make easy work of the engineers every time.
Yeah, and the big thing about that is that the rotations have to be spot on. Shatter being utilized by Shrill, not going to find the value it's looking for, and now it looks like it's going to be Deadeye out from Pasa on the Cassidy duplicate. Not going to gain anything but a little bit of space, and now we're going to see some supercharge coming in. But Kurzak, we have seen this combo over and again. You lift him up with the Sigma, and you wreck him down with the Reinhardt. It looks like the Cougars have got claws out for this one.
And what a great way to combo with a Gravitic Flux with the charge. A lot of teams probably would use a Dragon Strike or a Deadeye there, but the charge does the job there. And continuing to hold are the Cougars, but MSOE, they made the clutch play on point 1. Can they do it here on point 2? They've got to get it moving.
That's true, and they do have the Grav Dragon online, so it's going to be all about positioning here, and especially with... Did not expect that.
Juicy. Locked in just below that high ground. Not able to get the eliminations, though. And Matrix does go up here. Corgi able to find Pyrocat on that as Pasa gets right back in with a res. But it is Kurzak laying down a big slam again, and stepping forward are the Cougars. Claws are out, and the Engineers are running scared. They've got to find a way to break into this castle, and right now they are coming up empty, fight after fight.
Well, that might be the opening they need with a late pick on to Kurzak, getting a little bit overzealous, as we know Reinhardt's can be from time to time. That might be just what they need, but they got to watch out for Nibley now, because this bridge is a Lucio's dream. Anybody that they can send over the side, they will.
They absolutely will, and Nibley up on the castle, already looking for some crazy play. They would love to make their mark in this game up in the kill feed, not just in the support slot. Pasa, though, opens up with the elimination onto Reverb here, lacking the Hanzo, takes out a lot of damage for the Cougars. Pasa trying to find another one, copying here onto the Sigma, and there are now 2 shields and a Zarya at full charge, coupled with an Ant Matrix. This MSOE team is looking so dangerous right now. The overtime wick is starting to burn, and it's met with a kill by Enforcer onto the main take in Shrill. The slam laid down again. Kurzak has not missed here on Eichenwald, and this is a Reinhardt home game, and he is feeling it.
What an absolute dominant retake of the objective. It seemed like it was going in MSOE's favor there near the end, and I thought it was going to be another clutch cap, but once again, the Eichenwald Bridge takes the attacking team, because it is so difficult sometimes to get a really good angle when you're trying to stay on that objective, especially with what little cover or natural cover you have to be able to continue pushing forward despite all the damage that is coming out from defensive positioning. MSOE is really going to have a lock on objective alpha, or at least change up their strategy somehow, because even with that Grav Dragon combo that we saw, it didn't get the value that they hoped that it would. I was surprised that it drew Kurzak up into it, but with no eliminations through the use of that, I believe it was either an Immortality Field or a beat from Nibley, it ended up providing a lot of space for them to continue to use, and really kept MSOE on their toes. Not seeing a lot of changes on either side. Pasa moving over to the Reaper for this fight, so we're not going to be seeing anything in the sky this time around. But hopefully having Aiden Hulk now back on the Lucio will provide a little bit more healing, and the sound barriers will be huge in utilization against the Gravitic Flux.
And Ramrez on the Soldier 76 really got to get active on the back high ground of this first opening objective. Reverb here, popping up to the catwalk, would love to claim this high ground space to lace in some arrows onto the opposition, but right now the Cougars kind of feeling out the opponents. Pasa comes into the back line, met with a stun and a headshot by Enforcer, who's enforcing the back line here. Now the tank's free to step up without the tank buster, and Reaper present on the battlefield. Pyrocat starting to feel it here, really hitting those hyperspheres hard. This front line just knows how to use the Rhine Sigma. One shield goes up, the hammer starts swinging, Rhine puts up the shield, and then Pyrocat can just get active. I love how the Cougars are playing this composition. They were looking mean until now, and the Slam and Pasa come back in, and the fight is now even. Make it more than even as Pasa gets 4 here, Dragon another, and even on their back foot, MSOE Black win the fight.
Yeah, that's the difficult part about the Rhine Sigma. Sigma Shield is not nearly strong enough to deal usually with the damage of the DPS, let alone a very high charge Zarya that Dragon was pumping out. As you can see, they're already almost up to that Gravitic Flux Graviton Surge. And that beam can't be eaten by the Grasp. And so if there are no shields in play, that's what was really pushing back the Cougars. They gotta work fast.
They do have to work faster. Now they're going to be working into many more threats here. The Flux pops for the engagement. It'll do damage. Coupled with the Dragon, that's more than enough to take down Shrill. But kills are being traded. The Cougars, they still have to find 2 more, and Pasa is a man at large. He's got a bounty on his head. He's got 2 support kills to his name, and he's got clutch in his veins.
Oh, no!
It might be enough, though. They're getting back. They're fast.
The hammer flies Swatter right on the cheeks, says, no, you don't get away. This is going to be our objective. Second tick already on the point, but the rest of MSOE is back and ready to fight it out. Ramrez getting caught out of position, and now the sound barrier invested to try to keep this fight going, and that might be just enough.
They're not going anywhere.
Matrix might be wanting that back for this next fight, but thankfully they still have a good deal of ultimates to utilize as they go ahead and retake control.
I know Pasa died right away, but he got both of those supports right as the rest of MSOE Black were coming back. Of course, they gave up 90%, but they didn't give up the final 10. And that's what matters here. And they've got the grab online with the Death Blossom, with the Tac Visor. They are set up to continue to hold this, and they've got a minute 15 to keep doing it.
Yeah, but Nibbly with that sound barrier is going to be huge. Gravitic Flux to open things up as they rotate around the outside. And there it is, Graviton Surge, the Blossom in the backline, but gets slept! Lucky L as they go ahead and send in the Nano. And that is going to be a cleanup. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this objective. They know they need to grab this point, or otherwise they're going to have a hard time keeping it going. But it's just not enough. Shrill, Aiden, and Dragon continue to hold strong, and now we're heading into what could be last fight territory.
It is going to be last fight territory. I know there's 35 seconds, and it seems like maybe it's going to be time for 2, but I think you've got to play this slow. Use the time on your clock to set yourself up well if you're the Cougars, and make sure you get the most out of these upcoming ultimates. Right now, we have Shrill with the Shatter Enforcer here with the Deadeye to open things up. Back up MSOE Black and find the kill onto Aiden, who had the sound barrier. Kurzak lays down another slam. They have not missed here on Eichenwald, and that one might be the biggest. They have to keep this tack alive, and they will. That is going to be point number 1, finally taken by the Cougars.
Woo! That was some work that needed to be done, and beautiful timing coming in from Kurzak with that shatter. I think if Shrill had gotten the chance to be able to clean up what they had laid down, that would have been dead, done, and dusted for the Cougars, and we'd be walking into halftime 2-0. Still could possibly be that situation, but now they've got some time in the bank to really get this through the streets.
They do. They've got 2 minutes on the clock to push it just under 100 meters now. Oh, looping
no.
Ramraz off the castle. Oh, if they could take him down here, that would be big, but Legs able to shine and run away just like he's supposed to. MSOE Black, they've got some breathing room. Ramraz actually did go down, and Forcer had a nice headshot there that we didn't quite see. Oh, but the engagement, Aiden pops the beat. That's the green light, but it's answered by the Flux. The Dragons investing now are the Cougars. They're trying to find kills. They've gotten one onto Shrill. They need more to push around this corner, and they will do it with force. Pasa, though, a thorn in their side. On the flank with the Blossom, pops it here, countered by the sound barrier, and Enforcer is making a stand for the Cougars, and the payload stays in drive.
That's true, but with only one tank on either side, and knowing that the spawn advantage is in MSOE's favor, it's going to be up to Dragon to just try to survive at this moment. Thankfully, Shrill gets back into play as the Graviton Surge comes out, but there's nothing to follow up on it. And now it's up to the rest of the team to try to see if they can keep them back. Thankfully, Shrill was able to stay up long enough to be able to shield it. Now we're seeing the swap Pyrocat over to the Diva to see if they can take a little bit extra control. Tactical Visor through this window, just slamming everybody down. The Shatter lays down the remainder, and that's a quick cleanup coming in from MSOE. We're back into last fight territory with only one chance to get this thing across the bridge.
And you could tell in that last fight, Jack, MSOE was starting to feel the pressure. They were very lucky alt economy was in their favor, but here It's going to be a toss-up. There is not much on the board. It is going to be a battle between some cooldowns here, and rushing the castle are the Cougars, but they are met at the gates by MSOE Black. The Engineers, the Reinhardts, they're clashing. Pasar, who's been so good, is already down in this fight, and going big is Shrill, connects on the Kurzak, and that's a huge elimination for them, and he's able to get out with his life. That is insane, and just 7 seconds left. The Engineer tanks might have just won them this round.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what it ended up coming down to. The fact they were able to get Shrill out of that really made all the difference, and with the Diva being the only one to push through, it was just inevitable. MSOE walks away with the victory on Eichenwald, taking us into the half, 2-0.
That was a heavy game, especially the way it ended with Shrill just doing what a lot of people would say is an intentional feed of a pin, but it paid off. An Immortality Field was there to bail him out, but that was a risky, high-risk, high-reward play that the main tank had to make. And I was saying, this is a Reinhardt home game. Eichenwald is just the castle he lives at, but it looked like Kurzak for so much of that round was the Rein that was making the biggest difference, but it all comes down to the end, and that's when Shrill made the biggest play.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what it ended up coming down to. I'm surprised we didn't see the rotation through main. It's always odd to see that rotation through that high ground area to try to get back to the objective. I understand the time was kind of running down, but I feel like they had enough time to be able to wrap around to the cart, because it just gives you more space to work with. Being in such a confined space, especially when you're the attackers, makes it so much more difficult to get through that doorway just to be able to get to the objective, because you got the other team you got to fight through to get there. Well, Old Church, we're going to send it to a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if the Cougars will indeed be able to sharpen their claws enough to be able to grind their way back to the top and take us possibly to a map 5, or if they'll be shut out by the Engineers right after.
And welcome back. I hope you're ready for it, chat, because we are after that big Eichenwald round. I'm all charged, joined alongside by Captain Jack, and we just saw Shrill make a monster play to make it so that MSOE Black, the underdog, is on series point here in round one of our group stages. And next, we're headed to Junkertown. How much of a curveball is this?
I mean, it's definitely surprising, but just as you said in the beginning, maybe they were just holding something back. And as we head into Junkertown once again, we saw this during the previous match that we had on stream, and it didn't really give them the advantage that they were hoping for. I'm really hoping that the Cougars are coming out with a different strategy this time around, because honestly, if they keep running their heads against the wall with the same thing that we've been seeing thus far, I'm afraid that maybe MSOE is going to be locking them down in a cage and going on in the continuation of this winner's area.
Yeah, MSOE, I mean, they're making big plays at the biggest moments here. Let's not forget that Southern Illinois, they had the opening pick in the final fight of Eichenwald, but before Shrill went big, it looked like they had it, and then just a monster play was made. So they made some adjustments. If you remember, Oasis was incredibly one-sided. MSOE just took that away, and we're running wild with it. Eichenwald, a much closer game. It was not MSOE's map pick, so they stole one away there. But I am thinking that this change over to Junkertown is really going to shake up compositions. We're not going to be Rhine versus Rhine, and it might actually be that the Cougars end up coming out on top. And I would love to see it, Jack. We've had 2 sweeps tonight. Let's get a different outcome going.
I completely agree with you. I would love to see something a little bit different, and difference is really what they need right here. We saw during the previous match as well a little bit of the dive that was pretty effective on this map, and I hope that that's something that the Cougars have just been kind of holding in their pocket, waiting for the right moment to utilize, because right now it seems like they're just throwing what they think will work at the wall and just kind of hoping it sticks, and sometimes it does, but you need something that can be a little bit more consistent. As much as we've been seeing touted reverb, this Hanzo has not been getting the full value that they need to be able to make the I wouldn't say big plays, but big enough plays that it's making quite the difference against what's coming out from MSOE. But it looks like Ramraz is picking up the bow as well, looking for this Hanzo v Hanzo battle, as well as Pasa coming in on the Ash. Look, full Bork possibly coming in for the attack. Oh, maybe some piggy toes as well. Still one shield and one roadhog.
I like pulled pork. I've never heard that, Jack.
What, the piggy toe? So that's
no, the Orisa Roadhog, the pulled pork.
Oh, pulled pork?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Man, that's been around for years.
I'm sure it has.
You haven't heard it.
It's just evaded me. I've been a big fan of Yoink and Oink, but never heard pulled pork, and it's just right there.
It's right there. This double shield, though, is going to have to be massive. Placed in the right position, Dragon can get a lot of value on this Roadhog.
Dragon right now just on the payload, acting a little bit like a final boss here. Just a menacing Roadhog with a chain hook that threatens all that's in front of him. Has that take a breather to make sure he's able to take a ton of extra damage here. We haven't really seen a speed bump in the payload progression yet. Even though the Cougars have found 2 eliminations to this point, they're letting it go beyond the catwalk. They're letting MSOE Black step into the terrain that the Cougars want to play in, and that is their key to success here. You've got to start playing your style of Overwatch, play in the area of the map that you have the best chance at succeeding at, and that's how the Cougars just cleaned up that first fight.
And I think maybe that was the goal, is that they going for more of a poke composition is really what they needed. And ooh, unfortunate, we're actually going to be seeing a swap in the tank line, so Shrill and Dragon are going to be way behind when it comes to the ulti combo.
They are going to be way behind here as the Dragon Strike gets thrown in. It doesn't really do much damage. It splits up the Engineers a tad, but not quite enough to really capitalize on for the SIUE Cougars. Here they are just playing their game again, letting this payload push through the catwalk, putting MSOE tanks in uncomfortable positions inside. That leaves the squishy backline very out in the open, And we are actually seeing kills start to come through here, but it is one of the Cougars falling first as Nibley goes down with the Transcendence in hand, but Enforcer tries to counter the momentum with the Tac Visor from above. Not able to get the value he's looking for, though, as Pyrocat and Enforcer himself both are felled. Reverb falls as well, and even though there was an onslaught of ultimates, MSOE, without using very much, come out on top.
Yeah, I'm really a little bit surprised in the positioning there from Pyrocat. I understand wanting to keep that mega health pack as best as you can in your control, but you kind of isolated yourself out into a position that required the rest of the team to give up control of the choke that you had really well in control. And if you would have seen MSOE rotate through that room or even through the full outside, you still would have been able to get the value that you were looking for from that placement. One spot to rule them all.
I love it. The window from the high ground coupled with the damage from the Soldier 76 is enough to just melt a couple members of MSOE Black, but they're not going anywhere. This team just loves to hang around. They don't care how low their resources get. They never quite give up in a fight. They're always trying to make the Cougars uncomfortable, but something on the Cougars that's a little bit different this time around is Reverb ditching the Bowman and going over to the Widowmaker. Jack, do you approve of that pick?
I mean, it's definitely going to make things a lot more difficult. The single pick potential is more in the hands of a Reverb, especially when going up against someone like Pasa. These long sight lines are going to be much more in their control. But again, with any poke composition, as soon as you close that distance, it's going to be really hard for them to hold all that together. Let's see how this Gravitic Flux opens things up.
Dragon picks him up, slams him down, tries to connect with a rock there onto Pyrocat, but he's able to live, but not for much longer as Ramraz is there with an arrow with his name on it. MSOE Black, they get 4 rapid kills in the feed, and the payload continues to move here. It seems like the snipers for the engineers are starting to come alive.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of those phases of anything you can do, we can do better coming out from MSOE, because the engineers are just putting on a full clinic, switching up composition to what we're seeing from SIUE and not slowing down at all.
Not slowing down at all. That is not something they're familiar with, at least not in this game. They've been stopped once on Eichenwald, but it took the Cougars' best effort to get that done, and even still, the Cougars not able to win out on that map. Ramraz, the bow, still hot for him, gets that headshot onto Reverb, who is struggling to pick a sniper that works well for him. Enforcer, though, can't miss these shots. The Tac Visor activated, but countered by Aiden's Transcendence, and now Transcendencing also is Nibley from the high ground, so they are not going anywhere. This team completely stabilized, and Pyrocat knocked down, but not quite afraid. Has so many overshields. You can choose to be aggressive here. The window goes up, and Reverb able to coach gun away Dragon all the way back to spawn. You go, and MSOE Black, they've got 5 in the fight, but I think it might be just too little here.
Yeah, they're going to have to back up a little bit. One of the unfortunate aspects of how that fight went is that Shrill, I'm not for certain if it was on purpose or a mistake, but the supercharger was actually on the payload. So as they were pushing it forward, they ended up losing control of it as it walked past the shields. It's definitely not something that you want to leave such a power boost kind of out in the open. And as you see, an early pick on Tapasa is going to make starting this next fight a little bit more difficult for MSOE.
Oh, but Dragon connects with an accretion from beyond the 3-point arc, and Reverb again the first elimination in one of these fights. The engineers with an advantage, they send in the Dragons. That's going to boot the Cougars off the high ground for now. We'll see if they're able to stabilize or recover. The tanks are still up there, but the squishies down low need some help. Pyrocat's Flux gets nothing there. He comes up empty as it's a whiff. But it still is the Cougars finding the elims that matter as Shrill, Ramraz, and Corgi all fall. There is some high ground control, though, by the engineers, but that threat dealt with a dynamite.
Yeah, I'm not exactly for certain what Pasa was going for with that Bob right there. And that stagger out from Reverb is going to make things a little bit harder for MSOE to get back into this. You really got to work on that positioning. I thought that the Cougars were going to end up falling a lot earlier than they did, with both of the tanks still on the high ground and everybody else trying to fight for control of the point. But thankfully, it was perfectly timed, minimal losses, and now a bank of ultimates to utilize.
Bank indeed, and it looks like we are going to get our first high ground fight here as both teams opting to just engage up here. The Bob gets thrown in. We'll see what Robert can get up to. Not much, as he's got a Discord and Shrill all over him. Dragon, though, coming around the outside with the Gravitic Flux, and the slam down gets 2 eliminations. Transcendence won't save you there. Thanks for trying, Nibbly, but better luck when you come out of spawn.
Yeah, and that's an absolute cleanup with the support. Stagger it out. It's going to be much harder for them to be able to push into this. I would not be surprised if we see some swaps coming in. Actually, we won't see anything. It's a complete lockout of Objective Charlie. 47 seconds on the clock as MSOE go ahead and head to the defense to see if they can keep the Cougars at bay.
I was really thinking there'd be some sort of contest there, but it seems like MSOE just had some pretty lucky and good timing in their favor when they cleaned up that last fight. No contest for the Cougars came out, of course, but that really puts MSOE in a fantastic spot because the Cougars were starting to play their best Overwatch in this map, I think here on the 3rd point. MSOE might have been a little bit concerned, but now they've got 47 fortunate seconds in their favor that I'm pretty sure they weren't confident they would get.
Yeah, and that's the good thing about Escort is that you get a little bit more leeway when it comes to that time bank. Even if you get 0 seconds on the clock, but still get that 3rd objective, you're guaranteed at least that extra minute to be able to push once again. And based on how MSOE has been playing, the mistakes have been very few despite how much time has been taken off of this clock. It's going to be up to the Cougars to really be drawing or rather moving that line in the sand in their favor, and their first challenge is going to be pushing past this choke that they ended up giving up during that second fight. MSOE coming out with Pasa back on the Soldier 76 with the double sniper, a Reverb and Enforcer. If taken at the right angles, it'd be quite a lot.
And it is time for Reverb to come alive here. Has so many fans in chat watching, and I know they're going to be hyped with every headshot. That one, though, just finds the shoulder of Dragon. And the tank for the Engineers is able to stay alive. Good angle here, able to dink the Orisa, but again, doesn't quite find the elimination. A good angle, though. Almost gets that kill onto Pasa, but still just barely coming up empty with every shot.
Yeah, close but no cigar seems to be the name of the game, but with Shrill out of the fight, that goes ahead and puts them in a good position to break this choke right on open.
And they might do it here. Pasa and Aiden, though, go down, and now the defense seriously cracked right now. Reverb gets the headshot onto Corgi, and now there are no supports to help the Engineers out here. They're trying to go on a far road trip of a rotation, but I'm not sure they get out alive, Jack, and they will not.
Yeah, there's really nothing that they could do right there. Once you saw the rotation from the Cougars coming out the long outside on the left side, MSOE had no choice but to back off of those stairs, and they're not even going to get a recontest here on Point Alpha. 5:20 now on the clock. Quite a time bank set up for the Cougars. MSOE has to shut them down now before this starts becoming a steamroll.
Oh, and Enforcer gets the headshot onto Corgi too, and that's the only ultimate online for the Engineers. Shrill goes down as well, but Reverb peeks that corner a little too confidently, and Aiden is there with the volley.
Doesn't look like it's going to be enough to shut them down just yet, but the stagger is making it so difficult for MSOE to retake control. I'm surprised that they're still staggering out of spawn right now. They got to give a little bit of space for everybody to regroup so they can get back in here. But with ultimates on the line, the Cougars could literally lock them in Objective Charlie without a chance of getting out.
The Cougars are being very aggressive here. The Flux, the Dragon, this is gonna hurt. Enforcer sends it in, and it finds everything. MSOE, see you later. Cougars bound to take point 2.
Yeah, they just were pushed out a little bit too far, and when they backed up to regroup with the rest of the team, everyone just got absolutely shut down with 5:40 on the clock. It is going to take a miracle from MSOE to be able to turn this fight around.
It is going to take a miracle. It is going to take a marathon defense for them to come up with a reasonable time bank. Maybe win the game. Let's not forget, MSOE still has a win condition with an insane hold, but it looks like it might be a far stretch to make that happen. Jack, what just happened there?
I mean, it just came in a very early dink onto onto Shrill, and then the follow-up with the utilization of the amplification matrix just opened things up. And now we're seeing Pasa swapping over to the Widowmaker, and I really don't think that is the play here. I think something that might be more easily utilized possibly is opening things up, maybe going over to a Sombra, but this Gravitic Flux, it's gotta be huge.
It is going to be huge. Deals a number of damage there onto the Cougars, but they're not phased by it. The only one phased is Reverb, and that's by way of the headshot from Pasa, winning the Widowmaker duel there. Trying to hold down the high ground here is Dragon. Not even sure if he knows Pyrocat is right on the other side, right behind him. It seems like he just has no clue until just now, and maybe if he noticed earlier, MSOE would have had a more favorable fight, but here the payload continues to push for the Cougars. They are nearing its final destination.
We see them continuing to push in. I'm hard pass to say whether or not they're going to be able to recontest this with an early use of the Transcendence. That might be it.
That might be it. The supercharger gets popped by Shrill, but Pyrocat is there to take it down. Hookshot from the heavens for Reverb. Doesn't find the mark there. Still in a threatening position, though. Pasa in his own backline tries to find the elimination there onto Nibley, peeking around. Beautiful from Pasa! Takes down Reverb. Nibley goes down as well. The snipers for the Engineers are feeling hot. But can they do it for 3 minutes, 40 seconds longer? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been coming up to very minor mistakes that so far MSOE has not really been making. So I'm really... I'm a little confused, and I'm a little beside myself as to how well this is going to continue to work out. They have to watch out there. If the Cougars do as they've been doing before, it's going to be a full push to the high ground, and it looks like they're getting ready for it.
It seems like that could be how this one ends up playing out here. Corgi on the low ground has to find some way to get his team those healing resources they need. It does look like the Engineers will be jumping down for now. Pasa again, just trying to be menacing on this sniper. Pyro gets rocked from far out, and that cancels the ultimate. That is a big play we just saw from Dragon. It could make a difference here.
Talk about absolutely getting your cuticles cut right there with a beautiful accretion. This amplification matrix now on both sides is pushing through, but MSOE is pulling back. They just don't have the resources yet to be able to stand together right now. The bongos now invested from Kurzak, but the Gravitic Flux is going to be immediately shut down by Pyrocat, and that is going to be it. Not the time bank that they walked in with, but 2:37 compared to a minute. That could be a game changer.
Yeah, still more than doubling the Engineers' time bank, and we have reached level 2 of Junkertown, a map that often heads to overtime, and this is when the hands can start to get a little extra shaky here in an Overwatch Nationals setting. You're in overtime, MSOE is on series point, and the Cougars are trying to stay out of the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what MSOE does this time around when they're on the attack. It just seemed like they ended up taking a lot of space, and then due to the picks and flanks that kept coming in, they just let it go so easily. This is not going to be a time that you're going to be able to do that without closing the gap, and I'm loving this possible strategy coming out from MSOE, using the Symmetra to teleport, close the gap between the Poke composition and this Brawly composition. You got Aiden to speed boost you the rest of the way there. I'm hoping that this will be the game changer that they need, because once they get past this open area, that's all that it'll take.
Yeah, Jack, right now I am nervous for the Cougars, because if you want to see the gas pedal all the way to the floor, well, check out this opening strategy. I can only imagine the teleporter that Pasa has in mind, and the speed boost is going to be hit right after it, and here they go. The brawl, the rush down, it is activated. Shrill swinging for the fences, but goes down. Should have put the shield up, buddy. Enforcer is there to enforce the lobby, and that strategy thwarted away by the Cougars.
Yeah, unfortunately, Shrill took a little bit too much damage there as the teleporter was getting set up, and I believe their barrier got crashed, so all they could do at that point was swing. I'm kind of surprised that we don't see them using the Zarya like they did before. That extra damage could prove life-saving.
It could prove life-saving. You gotta have something to chase after the snipers. That could be the thought process, but there, Pasa, the one member on this team who has such a difficult time closing the distance without the TP, gets immediately headshot down by Reaver. Pasa's over to the Tracer now as we enter our stall phase, the overtime wick starting to burn here as the Cougars back up, playing their space with their double sniper, double shield composition. But Pasa's back. He's into the back line. He's taking duels. Dragon Strike, Gravitic Flux thrown in. Again, such a beautiful combo executed there by the Cougars, and they should be taking this round.
Yeah, I mean, it really ended up coming down to the use of the Immortality Field very early on there from MSOE. They needed it to be able to finish pushing through the choke, and after that, there was nothing much that they could do. Aiden was still a good 30% away from that sound barrier to be able to allow them to push that in. But nevertheless, things are starting to look up for the Cougars right now. 237, and you only got to push 73 meters.
Yeah, not the farthest distance to go with that kind of time bank. I think they should have this one in the bag, and we should end up with a 2-1 scoreline, but it is Nationals, Jack. Crazier things have happened. This MSOE team came into playoffs with a 3-6 record, won their championship, and here they stand with a 2-0 lead over the Cougars. So, they love to just prove people wrong. We'll see what the story is. Cougars, their composition definitely not set in stone here as they're still in the attacking spawn, but on the side of MSOE, we are going to get some looks, and it seems like Shrill is going to be sticking on the Reinhardt, Ramraz on the Hanzo. Those two looks, not really what I was expecting, especially Shrill on this Rein.
I think the goal is maybe a spawn hold, to be completely honest with you. They know that they've been running this poke composition to try to keep them away. Maybe the goal is to try to hold that choke point as close as they possibly can. I would have been interested to see a possible spawn hold here. Definitely can be the utilization of those side areas to be able to keep them in that spawn area. But nevertheless, that's going to be quite an early pick.
Yeah, you love when your snipers do exactly what they're supposed to and get you the opening pick of a fight. And look at this aggression. They amp the speed. They don't have the barrier to do this. They have to be really careful. If you lose a couple of members here, it could spell disaster, but they are peeling back around the corner. The Engineers playing rather reserved here, and you just have to trust your snipers to get these picks. The tank's under pressure, but Reverb goes down, and it's a little bit of breathing room open. Enough for Pasa to get some confidence, head into the back line, taking down Kurzak, trying to find more, but he's met by a sleep dart.
Yeah, you got to watch out for that Ana. You don't get the value you hope that you're getting. But I'm interested to see if Reverb continues to stay on this Genji. There's only so much that they can do, and I don't know if the Nano Blade, if that's what they're building up to, is going to be enough to cut through this.
Oh, Visor from the coast side flank, but a barrier in the way. Shrill throws up the wall, and that'll be that ultimate denied here. Sends in the Helix, though, from out of town, and it takes down Ramraz. MSOE, as the payload is getting closer and closer, the pressure is mounting. They've got to come up with something here. There's a minute and 10 seconds left, but it looks like the Cougars are looking to end it here.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be an immediate cut, a deep cut, if you will, for the side of MSOE Black. The momentum has been lost as the Cougars go ahead and lock in the victory here on Junkertown. MSOE still ahead 2-1, so we're still in that last map stage. But Cougars, looks like they finally got their claws sharpened enough to make a deep cut.
Oh, and this was that great combo play, and they've executed this a couple times. I personally think it's better than Grab Dragon, because Flux will take you to half HP, and that is nothing a Dragon Strike can't clean up. Love that combo, always beautiful and high octane. Jack, we're sitting at a 2-1 scoreline. How realistic would it be to break the brooms out and maybe have a reverse sweep on our hands?
I mean, based on how we saw the Cougars play that time around, it's definitely possible. I mean, we've been seeing such kind of passivity from this team thus far, and now getting to see a little bit more aggression, despite it being a poke composition, is really kind of making the difference here. That little bit of space is kind of giving them some breathing room to really think out their plays, how they want to coordinate things, and without being up in everyone's face, they're able to make some differences. But if I remember correctly, we are headed back to hybrid. And with Kings Row still on the table, if it doesn't get banned, this might not be looking good for the Cougars if that's the way that MSOE wants to go.
That could be the way that they take it. They were feeling it on the Rhine, and Shrill playing Reinhardt on Junkertown really tells me that's the hero he wants to be on, because that's the last map you expect to see a Reinhardt. So I would expect them to go Kings Row if it doesn't get banned. If it does get banned, I think that leaves us with Blizzard World and Numbani. So honestly, that's definitely the map that should be banned. Get Kings Row off the table. Try and make the engineers not be able to play Reinhardt the entire game, because if Shrill's feeling it, he can't be stopped.
That's true. And as I look back at our notes, I believe, if I remember correctly from the first time around, Blizzard World got banned when they went to Eichenwald, so I'm not for certain if it re-enters play for this next round of picks. There are only so many maps if we're missing out on control, so we'll have to see how that ends up working out for them, if they get the ability to choose that again, or if it just comes down to the remainder of the maps that are on the table. And surprise, surprise, just as you called it, Old Charge, Kings Row off the table.
Yeah, as it should be. Let's not go to London tonight, says Southern Illinois. They're looking to stay put, and instead, they're going to be going over to Numbani. I think that is a map that favors them. That's either dive or it's double shield, and it seemed like double shield just goes the way for Southern Illinois. It's not their map pick. They're probably a little less well versed than MSOE is going to be on it, but they just looked so good there on Double Shield on Junkertown. They can play this with confidence, even though it was the engineer's pick.
Yeah, I think that things are going to be a little bit more difficult for them here, though, because there's a lot of natural cover that if the engineers want to run that rush composition, it's totally plausible to be able to utilize that here on Numbani. All it takes is good positioning, staying outside of the line of sight, especially if they take that high ground control on the opposite side of the objective. All it takes is one swift rotation, a good speed boost from your Lucio, and then you are going toe to toe with everybody that is on that high ground. But thus far, we have been seeing the Cougars being able to shirk those advances. But let's see if they can continue to do so. MSOE definitely has not given up utilizing that teleporter strat, and actually this time around they may not even utilize the brawl at all.
No, they might just go full dive into it. Ramraz on the Bowman for now. They are, of course, in the attacking spawn, so this is not final, but not a bad pick. Can hang back, deal a ton of damage. Pasa is definitely going to be coming around the coast side where our observer is right now, using this building to just try and take cover as they rain rockets into the opposing high ground. A pretty tried and true way of attacking Numbani first point, but I do think the Cougars' defense is very well set up to defend against it.
Well, one thing that I'm looking forward to is a reverb on the Torbjorn. Let's see how well hard work pays off, and if the positioning can keep Pasa and Aiden out of harm's way.
It won't be easy. Pasa is going to be dealt with a ton of damage coming from Enforcer, probably Lucky Owl as well. Can't forget that Ana is a hit scan. Shrill jumps in with 50 health, and you're gonna need more than that to close in on the Cougar backline here as they are starting to come alive. They're looking fierce. Nothing is gonna be free against this team anymore. Maps 1 and 2 looked like they were heavily favored for MSOE, but here it is a flip of the script. This is a totally new game, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little surprised that Shrill ended up jumping in, Vice going into that side area. Honestly, even just backing up a little bit once you kind of got an idea of what was going on would have been the better choice. A beautiful dive, though, onto the tanks might open things up for them, though.
It does clear off that left side high ground, and the turret is now gone. Still have these pesky hit scans to deal with, and Kurzak is able to rotate to the high ground and help out their Soldier 76 in Enforcer, and we'll see if it pays off. Shrill gets knocked awfully low, as does Pasa, but good supports are able to keep them alive. But Pasa, not for much longer, as Enforcer hits the headshots, taking down Pasa, taking down Ramraz. No longer do the engineers have their damage dealers. Pyrocat is down. Maybe that'll open something out for the spawns. They do favor the attackers a little bit here, but not by much. And I think the first half of this round was killed, and I don't think MSOE are going to have the answer with this composition. But they haven't used ults yet.
Yeah, but that huge stagger, especially on Aiden, ended up losing their life, is going to be rough. And if Corgi gets taken out, that's going to be that much more difficult. I'm actually surprised seeing them come out on the Baptiste Vice the Ana. That nano boost on Shrill would be absolutely game-changing at the perfect time.
It would be. I love that as a tool of engagement here, but instead they're going to opt with the Dragon Strike, and see you later, Cougar tanks. They are just way, way away from the fight. Reverb tries to Molten Core out of desperation here because definitely switching off of Torb now that point 1 is gone, but MSOE, you know, they played their game. They didn't play Mystery Heroes and scratch their head, change their compositions. They just waited for ultimates to come online, and that's not something a lot of teams have like the confidence in the long game to do, but they did it right there.
Oh, we'll go ahead and see how that continues to work out for them as now they take it to the streets of Numbani, and Reverb now swapping over to the Widowmaker. Definitely giving a lot more one-shot potential for this Pharah Mercy in the Sky, as Shrill already taken out.
Oh, the self-destruct there catches Pyrocat without the shield, and now the rally comes in from Nibley, the overhealth, able to support the Cougars for now in the front line, and an anti-nade lands, and that'll be enough to take down one, but Pasa is there with the barrage to deal with Enforcer. Reverb, though, switching over to this Widowmaker, making it work, gets the headshot onto Ramraz before being bursted down by Corgi. This is a slugfest we've got on our hands, Jack. These picks are just back and forth.
Oh, that was so close. You could see that Shrill and Dragon were desperately trying to get in position to help Pasta there as they got slept out of the barrage. It created the opening to be able to keep Shrill alive, allowing Corgi for that rotation with the Immortality Field. And now as we head into the end of Point Bravo, it's really going to take good positioning and primary eliminations for them to push through.
And Enforcer gets the first one here with the Visor. Shrill tried to pop the Primal to give him some extra health, but it doesn't keep him alive for long enough, and their Gravitic Flux slams them down. And now MSOE, they're again playing with time dwindling down to 2 minutes 30 seconds here. And I love it. A little bit of a stagger here. Let's get it going a little bit longer. This could be considered cyberbullying. Kurzak into the rest. That was brutal.
Oh, man. And that's another thing that I'm not surprised that we're seeing this Ana. There we go. Because that could have been an absolute clutch moment there if Corgi had been on the Ana and ended up sleeping Pyrocat out of that Gravitic Flux. Having those tools online, even something so minor as a sleep dart, can really keep the fight going when it looks like all is lost.
It can really keep the fight going, and it looks like it did the job there, but still, just this game has been unpredictable ever since Junkertown. Both of these teams just not letting just a single ultimate dictate what's going to happen in a fight. It has been just a back and forth battle. Here though, Kurzak just pops down the supercharger and MSOE go running. It's kind of a smart play, wait that ultimate out and regroup, but it's gonna kill a lot of time.
Well, that wasn't even part of the issue. Enforcer, I think, is all the way in the back line. Like, way back at Objective Alpha, I see somebody blue running back there and taking attention from them. But no attention taken from that barrage as it grabs a double.
It's going to be a big double here. Had no idea that Enforcer is back there. He actually just got an elimination there, de-suiting Dragon out of the mech, but it seems like Pasa is doing way too much work up in the front line on the bird, and that will be the second point captured. A little bit of a crafty effort by Enforcer, but it does not pay off.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely would work out well if you were trying to catch maybe Pasa and Aiden coming out of spawn or something, but honestly, the high ground is your best friend, and giving that up to try to get some early picks was not the play there. And now Pasa has all this room to work as they move into Objective Charlie.
The Gravitic Flux, the self-destruct, the Dragons. Those ultimates, though, only find a couple of kills. We're in a 4 versus 4 fight here. Pyrocat knocked awfully low. Shrill trying to jump into the backline, but Reverb makes a stand on the Cole Cassidy. The Peacekeeper on fire, laces down Corgi. The res is already out. You've got to get this done with a Mercy, and I think if you're the engineers, you've got to get out.
I am so... That was such an awesome fight there at the end. The nano battle between Shrill and Nibley. Both of them getting nanoed. Both of them Tesla cannon versus shield and flail. And both of them get to walk away. It was like seeing the best of both worlds, showing that a support can stand just as strong as any tank.
That's why a nanoed Brig is called the raid boss by many, because she can just stand her ground, especially if the rally's online. But Nibley didn't even need it there. It just played with such fury up in the front line. And right now it looks like we've got a primal rage, but there will be a barrage flanking the back line. Pasa is up in the skies with the ultimate ready, and it looks like this one could be about to pop off. Now back with the rest of their team, but has the concussion blast ready and looking to go in, just eyeing the fight like a kid in a candy shop. Now that the visor's out, it kind of mitigates the threat that Enforcer poses, but Shrill does go down. And still, MSOE, they probably don't have the window they want to work with to get this barrage off, and they will be headed for the hills.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that we didn't see the rotation around the left side. I know that it can be kind of telling, and it definitely would have possibly caught them at a bad positioning with that tack visor had Enforcer been paying attention to that area. But now, as you can see, Enforcer's on the high ground behind. I'm not for certain how well they're expecting it, but if they get picked early, this might be the end of the fight.
It's a 5 versus 5 here. A couple DPS traded out. Shrill trying to go deep again. Unable to make the jump right away, but still just threatening to make the move. Pyrocat brings them all up, slams them down, and that'll take down Aiden.
No.
Slept out of the barrage there. A big play by Lucky Owl as overtime starts to tick. The Cougars able to hang on to Numbani. But wait a minute. Pasa finds 2 before being gunned down, and I think that's the last hope, and it is. Cougars now have a win condition to tie this game up.
Yeah, this is definitely looking incredibly rough, but if I know anything, MSOE hopefully have something in the back pocket to possibly turn this sucker around. Seeing teams play at this high level of play, there's always a tendency to not go with the simple compositions, the things that really force the other team to think about how do we shut this down, how do we get to a position that we can utilize this to our favor. And Numbani, at least in many of my games, is known for that high ground bunker with the Bastion. If we saw that come out from MSOE Black, the Cougars would really have to think about how they're going to not only invade the point, because you've got bullets raining down from above, but how in the heck you even get to shutting that down? It doesn't look like MSOE is going to go for that strategy, though. We're going back to the Orisa Diva that's been finding quite a bit of value at this high level of play, having Dragon being able to get down to the objective while having more of the stall arc. Shrill being able to stand tall and kind of fight against this defense works out well, but the Cougars playing around with this. Okay, there we go. I was about ready to say the Winston Sigma would have been a very interesting pick, but they're going either for the Nano Monkey or the Nano Blade, and I'm not for certain which one is going to be more deadly against this comp.
I kind of like the Nano Monkey and just a normal Dragon Blade at the same time. Just unavoidable damage. Oh, that dive comes up a little bit short for Kurzak there, and they're not able to get up and mount on the high ground, but they do take the first hit, and Enforcer lands the direct hits. The Mercy damage boost. A little bit of help from Nibley goes a long way, and just like that, Shrill and Ramraz are down. Pasa has to make a play here to take the bird out of the skies, and it looks like instead it's going to be Dragon in pilot form, and now we've got Nibley as the Mercy breaking out the pistol. What a weird interaction there, but it will be the Cougars coming away with the objective.
Well, you know what they say, Old Charge. You mess with the Doc, you get the Glock. As they go ahead and unlock Objective Alpha, the Cougars are going to go ahead and take to the streets as we see a swap to the double bubble for MSOE. as they look to try to get into a good position for rotation. The goal is going to be shutting down those supports, especially with Lucky Owl having the Nano online. I can see Kurzak's Tessic cannon already charging up.
Already indeed. Is it gonna be the Winston or will it be the Genji? That always is the question. Instead, it is gonna be Kurzak here, and I love it. Reverb is gonna have that ultimate to come back in just a fight from now. Asa able to take down the Genji. We've got a 5 versus 5. Enforcer tries to make a mark here with the barrage. It's enough to take down the opposing Zarya. But Rez has come back through, and this is such a heavy investment as the payload is still so far away from the action.
The payload's far away, and I gotta say, what a concussion blast that was coming in from Enforcer. Sent the Bob flying into the opposite direction so that it got absolutely zero value and a very clutch sleep. Kept it completely at bay.
Good observation there to give us the full scope of the fight, what's going on in the payload and what the defenders are trying to do, break out a spawn, but it is not going to be enough or in time. And with a massive time bank, the Cougars just have to get 66 meters to win this and send us to map number 5. Jack, this has been such an interesting game to watch because at the start, MSOE looked like they were dominant, and now it is the Cougars just completely turning this one on its head.
I mean, sometimes it really comes down to the strategies that both of these teams have, right? Whether it comes to if they were warmed up enough or not, but let's see.
Oh my. Enforcer almost had a juicy barrage, but instead only gets one, and MSOE make very quick work of the Cougars here. Jack, it looked like Enforcer was just going to win the video game right there, but instead those eliminations were not found. Not quite enough damage.
Yep, that's why I shut up real quick right there in the mud. It was going to be an absolute clean sweep from that barrage, but if it wasn't for at least a Dragon and Shrill being able to protect some damage, beautiful sleep from Corgi shut that down, showing that both Annas are definitely playing at this high level, and with the Nano Blade online, hopefully they have something to shut it down.
And they are ready to go here. The Dragon Blade goes in. No Nano, though. It's a Butter Blade, and Winston's already dead. Lucky Owl doesn't even have a target for the Nano, and this fight is a wipe. Nibbly pop the Valkyrie, too. Oh, that's one you want back. That and the Dragon Blade. Wasted here.
Well, it looks like they're going to swap over regardless, but that stagger pick on the Nibbly is going to... Wait, what? All right, they're going to go for it again. It looked like Reverb was going to swap over to the Cassidy, which is definitely a good counter against this more brawly composition, but they're like, no, switch back to the Genji. We can make it work. We promise. Let's hope that that is not something that they end up regretting. And these stagger picks, Pyrocat already out of mech is going to have to go for the hard reset over the side, the walk of shame, to be able to get back into that mech and not lose the ultimate they have online.
Well, it's lucky they had over 5 minutes because 2 of them are already gone here. Reverb unable to really build any alt charge after going back to spawn and switching heroes a couple of times, but the Cougars, for the first time here on Numbani, certainly scratching their head. Luckily for them, they've got time to make mistakes. Ooh. Sending in the self-destruct now, but Bob up on the front line here. Shrill actually goes down. MSOE are losing their tank on the front line. Someone's got to make a play here. It's probably got to be Dragon with some energy on the Zarya, and it is going to be Kurzak going in deep. Has the Primal. Bubbles on the other side of the fight just to make some space here. Now it's time to just bounce around. Kurzak goes in, ready to pop the Primal at any moment. Enforcer with attack visor from his own backline. Totally safe and secure to do some damage, but taken down by the opposing visor. Still, though, everyone knocked back and just no contest for MSOE Black. Jack, I don't know how that C9 happened, but it happened, and we're going to map 5.
No, I'm pretty secure in knowing how that ended up happening. It was as it was. It was a C9. MSOE thinking possibly that they had more time to be able to contest the objective, and as you saw it rolling right in there, there was a little bit of a desperate move to be able to touch that point, and they just didn't get there in time. It was looking like it could possibly work out in their favor, but as we head back to control here after this break ult charge, I'm really questioning how this first half happened. I don't know if it was just that the Cougars weren't warmed up enough and that was their first 2 warm-up matches, or whether or not we're going to see some comeback from MSOE. But when we come back, it's going to be claws out and wrenches at the ready to see which one secures the gold today.
Started as a whisper, message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven is not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven is not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, and before too long, I found where I belong. I can hear it, oh, I can't stop the rush. Every note I touch, I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, 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 panic,
And we are back. It's the NECC 2022 Overwatch Nationals, and we are headed to Map 5 with a potential reverse sweep on the docket. I'm Alt Charge, joined by Captain Jack, and this has been so exciting to this point. And the final stage tonight is going to be Nepal. Jack, all the momentum for Southern Illinois right now, but MSOE played so well on Control in Map 1, it's still anyone's game.
No, I can definitely concur with you on that. It's weird in matches like this when you see such a drastic shift in the way that a team plays between the first half and the second half. And it's just kind of definitely always catches me by surprise because you'd think that it'd be a little bit more balanced. But like I said earlier, sometimes it's all about the warm up process. Like if a team warms up beforehand, then of course they're ready to go in the first couple matches of the series. But if they've been playing for a while, then, dragging into map 3 and 4, sometimes they lose that momentum. So I'm hoping that the engineers have that second wind ready and raring to go, because if you want to play rush or brawl anywhere, it's going to be here on Nepal, especially in places like Village and Sanctum, where you have a lot of cover to be able to utilize. That side room on Sanctum gives you so much space to be able to work with and continue contesting point without too much worry from the outside. And then, of course, Village is all locked down central. And as you can see, compositionally wise, MSOE is looking to go straight to point, aggress as quickly as they can. The Cougars, though, I find this choice interesting. This little, I thought I was going to find it interesting.
Cheeky.
Always baited I am by these teams. No Symmetra, though, on their side. That might be the difference here, especially if MSOE takes control of the point.
And we'll see who takes it first here. Our final map, map number 5, is underway. Opening Elim claimed here by Dragon for the Engineers. And they should easily take this first objective. And here on Village, Jack, it is not easy to get back onto this point, especially anytime you're going up against a Symmetra.
Yeah, this double beam that's coming out from MSOE is going to be so hard for them to push through, especially with Pyrocat on this Diva. You cannot eat that kind of damage. You just cannot. And as you can see already, Dragon up to that 66% charge, and it's only going to keep getting higher the way things are going. It's going to have to be a phenomenal play to unlock this objective.
Dragon goes down there, though. Reverb able to hit plenty of Peacekeeper shots, and that is going to take some investment from MSOE to buy themselves back into this fight after dropping one member. Corgi sends up that Ant Matrix. That is going to thwart away the Cougars for now. They've got to play a little bit carefully. Shrill goes down, though. Corgi trying to do some damage, forgets to heal his main tank, and this is certainly going to be a flip here. The Cougars come forward, they nano their ride, and they sweep it away.
That positioning of the barrier was so weird.
It was.
I understand trying to close off an entrance, but that's definitely something you want to do more with the Maywall. When your team is trying to get some cover, you gotta split that objective. Give them something to hide behind, because once they got on the other side of that barrier, they had nothing.
They had nothing, but they got something here, and Kurzak with the answer in store lays down an Earth Shatter that stuns 3, and the Cougars hold strong yet again. It is all easy cleanup work from here.
As the percentages are going to be tying up during this next fight, I mean, the Cougars have a good composition to not only just hold on to the objective, but it also allows them some cover on the outside. The Symmetra comp is going to have a lot of difficulty pushing into the point. This rotation has to be clean if they want to retake.
It's got to be clean. It looks like it is. They've got a nice engagement here with the Ant Matrix, and they've got tank ultimates to use. They're just sitting on them for now. Shooting through this window, trying to deal some burst damage, maybe find a lucky kill, but it's going to be Reverb coming out with the first one, but trades his life to Corgi there. 5 versus 4 now as the main tank for the Engineers falls, but the Blossom into the back line. What can it find? Nothing, as the tanks are the targets, and they've got more than enough HP to withstand it. Kurzak now stepping forward, swinging for the fences as Dragon is killed.
I mean, thankfully they were able to retake the objective. They would have been in a much worse position had they not. Scores tied up once again as the Cougars retake the lead. But without both of their support ultimates, this could be a huge opening for the Engineers.
Oh, that was a massive anti-nade too by Lucky Owl, making a play with the cooldown to take down Corgi. Can't withstand that as a support. You need the healing, and right there, just not able to get it. MSOE has to back away here, but I'm sure the re-engage happens pretty fast.
Yeah, Corgi getting back in that fight is going to be super important, and thankfully they have the teleporter here as we head into last fight territory. The goal is going to be trying to lock down this objective as quickly as possible.
And this is why they're called heroes. Someone has to make a play. Kurzak's slam might be the one I'm talking about. Reverb's Deadeye able to take down Corgi as well, and he'll swing around the outside of the point. Trying to find the DPS now. Has to be careful of that level 3 sim beam fully charged up. Overtime starting to burn in favor for the Cougars. MSOE unable to flip this so far. They've lost too many. It could be the Cougars taking it, but a flip in the nick of time, and the tanks are back. The Engineers starting to look dangerous now, and the slam lands. Shrill's trying to make another clutch play, and it looks like he's done it, Jack.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Look how that barrier split the objective so that even when the rotations happen, they had something that they could hide behind and still fight, kind of being able to weave between, depending on the positioning that was coming out from the Cougars. That was something that they needed during when the first barrier was available, and having it that time really made the difference.
Was the difference maker, and now we are in final fight in a map 5. We're headed to 99.99. Kurzak goes in with the beat, with the speed, has the slam, takes down Pasa, and lays down Shrill and Dragon. Can they get these kills onto the tanks? The Engineers are scrapping to stay in this fight, but they lose Shrill and Ramraz, and now Dragon's probably the next target, but instead they focus down Corgi. Corgi able to moon boot away, but the Dragon is slayed, and overtime will burn. The Cougars will take point 1.
Wow. Can I just say the difference in what we're seeing from the Cougars now than we saw earlier tonight? It is kind of 180. Eichenwald, we saw a little bit of this aggression, not to the point that we're seeing it now, though. Kurzak is just, as soon as they get the nano, just going in with no care in the world with how things are going to turn out as we go ahead and see them playing around with whether or not they bring out the hog as we head into Shrine. It's going to be up to Pasa to really be keeping those tanks at bay as best as possible, or at very least, somebody needs to shut down Lucky Owl. That healing and, was those anti-nades on first point have been absolutely stellar.
Yeah, the Ana was definitely working for them here. Now they're going to have to click with the Baptiste in what is basically a mirror matchup, just missing the Hanzo on the side of the Cougars. And the clash is underway. Shrill trying to make a stand right on the Shrine, but he's already knocked awfully low. Pasa poking in on the right side flank of the Cougars, trying to find value, but in the meantime, Shrill needed a little bit more help there. Goes down to Enforcer. Pasa able to trade out with a Reaper dual win, but it is not quite enough as the Cougars are able to back down the Engineers once more. And Jack, this is where pressure is mounting the Cougars. They are on reverse sweep point if they win this on the ball.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, and we're seeing this energy continuing to be pumped out from Enforcer, keeping up that level 3 beam. Although I think they might want that barrier again. They were only able to cap the objective and get up to 20% thus far. It's going to be up to good positioning here from MSOE to try to shut down that Symmetra early.
We'll see if they can get it done. Positioning is going to be so important here to just traverse the map around the sim, the TP, the turrets, all that is going to be in the works. Kurzak tries to send a fire strike through. Ramraz's Storm Arrow is going to headshot Nibbly, sending them back to spawn. Connecting there as well, but seeming to not get an elimination. Pyro instead on the outside fluxes the entire Engineer squad up, but Pasa doesn't seem to care. Finds 2 with the Blossom, 2 with the Hellfire shotguns, and that will be the point taken back.
To see the dance of death, always beautiful when it's perfectly timed. And now as control goes over to MSOE, it is crunch time right now. MSOE have to hold on to this objective, but the way that Enforcer is playing right now, if they get even a single foothold on here as the Symmetra, this could be lights out for MSOE.
This could be lights out as the grab comes in. The aggression goes forward. Lucky Owl is the target. Fully prioritized.
Wow.
Look at the feed. It is a punch fest here. We've got some boxers. Pasa finds 2. Dragon finds 1. And the knuckles are flying. The gloves are off.
Just seeing Dragon fly past the entire team, going straight for Lucky Owl. You know that there was an oh no face on that Baptiste. But with all that investment, there now comes punishment. Let's see if they can hold it together.
MSOE trying to hold it together here with the sound barrier, and Nibbly pops one for the Cougars as well. Both of these teams ready to rumble. All these barriers just keeping both teams fully supported, and a Dragon Strike gives us a little bit of breathing time. And now the Cougars, they amp the speed, they pop the flux. Pyrocat hovers the engineers into the sky. Kurzak able to pin Shrill, and oh, Kurzak is going crazy. The tanks for the Cougars step up, and they don't miss, and the point is theirs.
Pyrocat and Dragon, what is it about you just ignoring the rest of the team to go dive into the back line? I will not understand, but obviously you have a lot of faith in your supports to be able to do so. We're heading into what could be last fight territory here, and MSOE has got to make some groundbreaking moves.
They really do. The time is right now for them to get it done. 84%, 15 seconds may be left in this round. The Cougars get the first pick too on a Ramraz. Pasa has another dangerous Death Blossom though. Poking around on the left side flank, but the Cougars know of his whereabouts. Kurzak not even wavering, holding down that front line strong, but the barrier is busted. The Deadeye from behind, it finds 2. The Cougars could win it here. The reverse sweep. Do you believe it? Well, the Cougars actually do, and they will remain in the winner's bracket here in Nationals.
What an incredible turnaround here from the Illinois Cougars. Just absolutely dominant after the half. It looks like they needed a little bit of warm-up to remember where they were and how they needed to perform. But at the end of the day, they will go ahead and take the spot that is rightly deserved of them, and how well they've been performing thus far in this spring tournament will be interesting to see how they continue on in Nationals.
It will be interesting to see. MSOE is sent down into the lowers bracket. They could have a chance at a rematch, though. The winner of this game, Illinois, they go on to play RPIA, still in the winner's bracket, but that game will be decided, and then the loser of it will be facing off against MSOE again. So it's not like they were eliminated. Their NECC tournament hopes are still alive, but they have been tested. They failed it here, but they can certainly pass it again.
Yeah, I mean, you know that MSOE must be absolutely seething right now. And I'm familiar with RPI, a very dominant force when they want to be. So I know that if we see them get that third chance, maybe third time will indeed be the charm, but it'll be their last chance, at least for this spring season. Old Charge, it was great casting with you today. A special shout out to Shiro and Sam Terror on our production team today, doing a fantastic job behind the scenes. If you haven't already, be sure to hit that heart, punch that bell. There is more Nationals action going on this week. And of course, there's always great stuff going on here at NECC. Be sure to follow them on Twitter at NECC Games. And I think that's about all I got, Old Charge. Go ahead and take us home.
Absolutely, Jack. It's been a pleasure. What a ride it was to end it with a reverse sweep here. A great way to kick off group stages for Overwatch Nationals. We'll be back tomorrow with more Overwatch action. You're not going to want to miss it. For Captain Jack, I've been Alt Charge, and we will see you tomorrow.
here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to lay to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, I'm feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.